That should be gaming. Delete Limbus Company Canto 8. Tank only. Challenge. Spoilers. Spoilers. No win rate. There we go. All set up. Now I just need to get my model set up. So I was getting Limbus set up first before my model. If I'm still having problems with that, I might have to cut the YouTube stream then, because I'm noticing. It might be low because of the fact that I'm downloading it as well. Waludo loading in. Okay. Model loaded in? Yep, it has. Let me just boop. Come on. Yeah. Now, I do want to kind of also remember to turn that off as well. Let me calibrate. Okay, there we go. Then there we go. So all set up now. Gonna have that on screen as well. As small as I can make it. Let's see if the YouTube video is working. Oh yeah, I probably need to pop that out since I don't want to ignore YouTube chat if there is anyone. I don't think I need to check my model since I can watch on stream. Ugh. Oh right, I need to also turn on my audio capture because I muted it before I last time I played it. That's probably why it's not playing in the music. Because I forgot to turn that back on. We'll do a little bit of a pull for the new stuff, since it seems like the new ideas seem really good. I'll also have a look at them, see what they are up to, and then go into Kanto. I did also get the seasonal pass before anything. That's fine. It's always like that. Why do I not launch this in windowed mode? I think it was because this game had a problem with windowed mode. I think it was. Or borderless windowed. Right. Oh, I need to level up my IDs. Might as well make the max as well. Claymore. Looks like I might need to also check that. Raise to 50. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I've got this season, so let's go for this one. Nothing. Ah, dupe. Wow, I finally actually naturally pulled you. Nice. I think I'll put that, I'll use that 50 level up on him. I do have one more. Oh, two secret golds. And both dupes. That sucks ass. That sucks fucking ass. Alright. Let's have a look at this Gregor. Might as well get him to upside 3. Skip that for now. Man. Yes. Man. You are. Indeed. Man. Okay. Let's have a look. On self targets is 10 or higher. Queen power 1, going to poise count. It has serpent arm, afflict rupture count. 1 rupture count, okay. 10 or higher. Oh, so you want him to be high poison, high rupture, I say. At 30 plus poise, consume 10 poison salve for use queen once. Interesting. Sadly, we won't be using him today because we are doing a different challenge. Where is it? There it is. Let's level up this team. Okay, max level. You're probably going to be needed. I'm glad I've got tickets so I can get some more blues if I need them. Okay, we might need a little bit more. Yeah.
작가의 목마름일 뿐이야. 승리에 취해 작가의 목마름일 뿐이야. 승리.
오늘도 멋지게 발광하지 않으니
이런 일에 기뻐해야 할 이유가 있을까요?
무지 외에 암흑은 없나니 시시했지. 흥조참
이런 걸로 호들갑 떨지 않는 편이에요.
그저 명령대로 행한 것일 뿐.
우리의 승리였어. 하지만 이것저것
이런 걸로 호들갑 떨지 않는 편이에요.
That should be good. Get all these golds leveled first. No, I'm just gonna waste that real quick because I dislike it. Okay, everyone I need is 55. Do I want support IDs? It's probably gonna be hard to make a support ID for this fucking shit. Oh, setup? Is that everything I can do? Oh, right. I might as well check. Yeah, so we don't... The Yugus are currently locked. I need him. I need him so bad. Also, God, it's so nice to be able to actually look at this shit now. Fuck. Alright. I think we're ready. I think we're ready. Alright. You first, you second, you third,
전가요?
you fourth, you fifth, you sixth, you seventh?
출발하지.
네. 원하시는
Oh, okay. Wait, you need 7? I'm glad I have 7 then. Oh my god.
해치기 위함이라.
We're gonna require 7 for this canto? Flowers wilt, petals fall.
가득 흩날릴 때
Oh, hang on.
Flowers wilt, petals fall, a drizzle of blossoms, sky blotting,
빛깔 잃고 향기
colors
묻은데
fade, fragrance
그 누가
dies.
슬퍼하나.
But who shall mourn their passing?
꽃 갈퀴 손에
To their
들고
garden I
뜰은
go,
5건만
in hand a flower and a rake,
떨어진 꽃잎 밟을까
only to pay,
서성거리네.
lest crushed. The scattered blossoms I make,
그러니까 결국 이
thus
품진
in
세상
in this troubled world I breathe.
눈을 감지
To shut
않는다.
my eyes
벗어날 도리가
is my soul
없겠지.
reprieve.
보가 얼마나 고단하고 여의치 않은
It's about you. You must have walked into your tyranny on your journey home. Hello, old lady. Hierarchy of Pyongyang.
험난하진 않았어요. 하루하루가 매일 신기하고
I wouldn't say I
새로운
suffered
나를
much, grandmother. My days were filled with new and interesting things to see.
대체 뭐라고 이야기를 나누고 있는 거예요?
Ugh. What are they talking about over there?
식탁이 너무
They're sitting so far apart that I can barely hear them. I mean, is that even a dining table? I can't even see who's sitting at the other end from here.
어딘가 불편하신 점
Is there anything bothering you, dear guests? If there's some servant can help you with any...
편?
Ah,
밥 먹는데 성가시게
Oh,
왔다 갔다 하는 게
There's
제일
something
불편.
bothering me, alright? We're in the middle of a meal. Can you please stop? Nope. No, 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 nothing's what it is at all. Everything's good.
그럼 보호가 친구분들을
Hello?
소개시켜주겠니?
Mother? Ooh, is she the mother of Honglu? Because he's no Byung-yang, so that's not his mother. Well, it could be because they might have a different last name. Now, boy, by you, my boy. Ah, yeah. So Honglu's mother. Interesting. When will you introduce me to your new friends?
Oh boy, I never knew how to act in front of others' parents. Where should I look? Is this an appropriate size for a polite smile? I hope I don't come off too smarmy.
아, 그럴 필요까지는 없어요.
Nothing to fuss over.
내 집이다
Think of it as
여기시고
think
편하게
of this as
있으세요.
your own place. Enjoy your time here.
아싸, 땡큐.
Woohoo! Thank you.
라고 하기엔
But ooh, this place is so huge. I can hardly relax. I'm worried I might get lost going
이러다간 물한잔
out for a cup of water.
아, 그건 걱정 마세요. 안 그래도
Ah, don't
위안부
worry.
시설이
We have
방 곳곳에 있거든요.
stray people shelters located all around the house for that. Our servants visit them once a month to collect anyone who unfortunately got lost.
그때까지
If they're still
살아계신다면
alive,
말이죠.
that is. Honglu,
씨,
that has to be the funniest joke you ever told.
아, 웃기려고 한 말은 아니지만
I wish
덕택이
I wasn't joking,
재밌으셨다면
but I'm glad you enjoyed it anyway.
그런데 홍록은
I must ask,
다른 형제들이
Honglu, for I spy no other sibling of yours here.
말이야.
This is quite odd, for I had thought this to be a welcoming party for your return.
내 환영식이기도 하거든.
Hey, it's my welcoming party too.
그리고
Besides, what makes you think we'd
인상 부대
ever want to see their stupid faces just to get mad?
같은 식탁에
It'd be like 10 whole years ever since 10 whole years since we even shared a meal together. Oh, and don't
말 걸지 마.
don't even think about trying to chat me up. Did you already forget what I said earlier? There's something between us anymore. We're enemies. Did we initiate the conversation? Did we initiate the conversation though?
저는
Oh, I'm simply so glad that my son Bayu has returned as a man who can now more than carry his own weight and unharmed too.
보호가
Why is her eyes darkened? Oh, that's look at it. Her eyes are darkened like she knows that's a bad thing. What she's saying is a bad thing. It's a bad thing.
재촉할 생각은
I don't mean to rush, but when are you planning to depart again?
아직 정해진 건 없어요. 어머니.
Nothing has been decided yet, Mother.
그렇구나.
I see. I simply am concerned that where you stay here to be prolonged, perhaps you might fade before your duties are completed.
가모님도 그렇게 생각하지 않으십니까?
Do you not agree, Venerable Jaimu?
그래. 우리
Indeed.
애들도
Dear Bayu, our peerless treasure, tarry not over long in this mundane world. Leave when the time is right and fulfill your worth.
그럴게요. 할머니, 어머니.
Okay, Grandmother. Mother.
Throughout the entire family discussion, Hong Li's expression remained the same in that tranquil, perpetual smile. Despite his return after years of wandering, being met with the family's obvious push to make him leave as soon as possible, he stands unaffected as though he were expecting this gaudy yet hollow welcome. With his attitude being so passive, I also had no choice but to watch as a bystander. A few hours ago.
이제 곧
The
돌아오게.
Palanquin will be here soon. A Palanquin? Whoa, so cool. That sure sounds like a fancy ride. Isn't that just super, Greg? Oh, yes, Sade. Oh, hang on.
Oh, yes, Sode. Sode. Are you getting a palanquin or whatever it's called to give us a ride all the way to the mansion? The usual comedy.
The usual comedy pairs' desperate efforts to lighten the mood are particularly appreciated today, as tragically ineffective as they seem to be. Yes, the LCB and Jiaxun will be heading to Jiangyuan, where one of the most prominent families of H-Code reside. If they sent a whole palanquin to pick us up... Huh? Does Honglei's family already know that he'll be participating in the family hierarchy war? No, it's unlikely that they are aware. After all, it can be assumed that the most likely reason that the company waited until the last minute to relay us this order was to minimize the chance of information leakage. Therefore, it would be correct to presume that the palanquin is here to merely he's here merely as a gesture of welcome to Honglu and Jia Xun's return. Which means that only the invited Honglu, Jia Xun and their factions can ride in the palanquin to Jiangyan. Unfortunately, this means that the LCCB, Vegetus and Carrion won't be able to join you on this journey.
같이 갔으면 좋았을 텐데요.
Too bad. Oh, it would have been nice if we could all go together.
Just as petty as expected from our seniors of our family. I would expect them to hold would it kill them to house a handful more people in that humongous park of a house? It's not like they'd notice the difference. Oh my, how touching. Looks like Miss Jiaxun thinks she'll miss us too. What a thing to say to my face after that shameless backstabbing. I mean, do any of you even comprehend what it means to participate in the family hierarchy war? Do you even understand why we call it a war when the official name for it is the evaluation? You're risking your lives by getting involved in this. Once you get in there, you'll be stalked at every turn by people looking to kill you. I mean, it wasn't our choice. We were kind of forced into it. Blame them, not us. We agreed to help you. It was the company who said, fuck you, we're not doing that. Including me. Remember how Wei saved your life back at the fake Kazan? Now imagine the same scenario, except this time it could be Wei who's there to kill you. I must say ahead of time that this is a truly regrettable turn of events. I did not wish to have to fight any of you, but Wei looked at us with an unfamiliar and cold, intense glare.
Well, we feel very much the same way, so it looks like we're on the same page. Yeah.
This means that I'm also fair game. You could stab me in the back again. Literally, this time.
No, never. I wouldn't dream of doing something like that.
Tsun ignored Sinclair's anxious pleas and looked straight towards Hong Lo. Yes, I did start. Would Hong Lo do that? Would Hong Lo kill his sister? Fuck. That's concerning. This could be the last chance to change your mind, brother. I didn't invite you to join my faction with a light heart. Besides, it's the family hierarchy war. This isn't something you can just simply decide that you want to participate.
I know the life you lived, Jishin. I also grew up hearing those countless tales about the family hierarchy war, just as you did. So the weights we're feeling must be the same.
That said, this is where our tenuous alliance really ends. Well, not like I care. It did drag on a little too long for our temporary alliance forged out of convenience. We're just going back to how things used to be, that's all. And that's fine by me. I think that's enough chit-chat with you, then.
Okay, if that's what you want. Oh, Jishin. Please don't tell the family that I'll be participating, will you? I was told to keep this a secret for now.
Tell me one reason I shouldn't do that favor for you now. For someone who supposedly doesn't care, Jishin appears rather hurt as she took a moment to glare at Hong Lu, biting her lower lip. Interesting. Then suddenly strode right up to him. Is this even your call, brother? Or are you just following their orders? Jishin gestured towards the rest of us with her chin.
My participation in the family hierarchy war is already decided. If you're still curious to know why, then
시춘 너는
Zichun, do you believe that my choices carry any significant meaning?
또 그렇게 나오겠다는 거지.
Oh, I see what's up. That's this crap again. So you already know what participating in the war means, but you just have no idea why you'd ever ask why. But you just have no idea why I would ever ask you something like that, huh?
대답은 됐어?
Fine, looks like I don't even need to hear your reply. There's no point in trying to with you anymore. At least I'll have fun watching how far you can get with that shallow, meaningless attitude of yours. Hey, wait. Jishin appeared pretty distressed after the exchange, so I was about to say something when Pilot... This fucking guy. this motherfucking guy. This fucking guy. Began shouting urgently. Well, Manager Sode, a Peliquin's been seen coming this way. I'd like to chill a bit today. Yesterday was too tough. Let's head on over so we can at least relax on the way there. Nope, we're taking this one. I think they announced it when they were announcing what the season was. And, like, it's new Kanto, so, you know, new level up. New levels. You never think twice about giving things up to others anyways, do you, brother? Yeah, what the heck do you mean? Come on, let's do this fair and square with, like, rock, paper, and scissors. Wow, sure. Why not declare the next hierarchy with a game of rock, paper, scissors too? How's that? Why? Why do I want to be at 53? I'm confused. Why? Why do I need to be at 53? Just shouldn't give us a wary grin before leaving. Wei followed her wordlessly. Boy, and I thought we were finally making some friends out here. Oh wait, I forgot. Oh well. Look over there. There's a group waiting for a Peliquin. One of them must be the candidate the client told us about.
Everyone, there's a group of hostiles looking people coming our way.
Sure you are. Who's unlikely to be the only one whose group is after the other candidates. Executive manager. We best take care of them before the next Pelican arrives. Yeah, what can we do, right? Oh, this music's back. Is everything good? Yep. I guess I'll have to figure out her mechanics later. Because I know he needs to go to 3. You're at 2. Is that you up to 3? Yes, I believe it is. Discards lowest rank. Ah, okay. No, it's right. No, sadly I couldn't get her. I couldn't get her. I was too busy getting other stuff. So knows what-ish. But it should be fine. I never checked. Was he counted as a tank ID? Hang on. I might need to remove him. I'll have to see. Because he does have aggro, but I don't know if he's technically counted as a tank ID. Oh. Tier list. Pride when is where I go for this? Or is he counted as a... He's not? That's surprising. He has... He has aggro too, and a high HP pool. I'm surprised he's not classified as a tank. Hang on. Yeah, he's apparently a damage dealer. Why? I think he would be a tank with what he's got. What's your level? 55 on everything. Oh wait. She's on 3, so I want to defend with her now. And I need to defend with you. Daiga, do you think Sinclair counts as a tank ID? Because he has the stuff for a tank ID, so I'm very surprised he's not counted as one. Glut res. Because that's why I put him on this team, because I thought he would be a tank. Or I thought he would be classified as a tank, but if he's not, then that's a little bit annoying.
다시 복구하긴 힘들 거예요. 괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 저렇게만 해주세요. 깨달았나?
Because I don't think I'll be able to get a new tank ID even if I wanted to. Fucking hell. Oh, you know what? I should probably fix the egos. I noticed that they might need some better egos as well. Ah! Get out.
더 이상 식별되는 적은 없어.
No signs of enemy reinforcements, Executive Manager.
그래도 옛날처럼 끝도 없이 몰려오진 않아서
Phew, at least there's an end to them this time. The guys that attacked us when we first got here were endless.
그때는 얄팍한 술수에
Oh, that's because we walked right into a trap then. Shallow, but still.
기분이 많이 상하신
Anyway,
거였죠.
Anyway, Zushin appeared pretty hurt by that, didn't she?
그런데 이번 일은
Honestly though, I get why she feels so betrayed. Remember all those stories about Hong Li's family we heard? Imagine you're one of the kids thinking that your family found like a potential ally in your family, only for him to pretty much stab you in the back last minute. Yeah, right? It was really awkward for me too, even though I wasn't exactly involved. Sort of chimed in nonchalantly as though it wasn't her who pulled the plug on the alliance, at least at the last second. Anyways, Where's the escort? I can't imagine the escort can't afford to send guards with the Pelican. If this family loved each other enough to send escorts for their safety, I doubt they'd be holding a cutthroat ceremony like the family hierarchical evaluation. It's a world where might makes right, where the strong pay on the weak. People who bat an eye even if one of the dozens of candidates is found dead in some ditch on the road. Oh, sorry, Honglu. I must have been running my mouth again, without thinking about how that sounds. Someone usually stopped me before I got too far.
잊지 마세요. 다 맞는 말일 뿐인걸요.
Don't worry, you didn't say anything wrong.
저도 다른 집들은
It took me a while to realize that other families weren't like this, but there is no reason to be upset by the way things are.
He needs help. He really needs that.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고.
Yeah, of course he's gonna be highest DPS because... Yeah, I didn't put any egos on you, so let's fix that. And none on you, let's fix that. You don't have any, let's fix that. I think... Yeah, let's burn. I think I'd rather bleed. Since he's a bleed ID anyways. And with the healing. Holiday is probably more useful here. But Body Suck is also pretty useful. Teleport, Fell Bullet. I don't have any charge, so maybe I'll just keep with that one for now. Yeah. Okay, that's for healing. Yeah, that should be fine. Oh, whoops, wrong button. Dimension Shredder should be fine, and Resident Date is gonna be good. Alright, next. The belt. You're kidding me with this fucking... Oh, lol. No fucking shot. No fucking shot. There's a thing named the bell tolls. That's so fucking funny. Ah, god. It's so fucking funny because everyone's been saying it. What's this ominous metallic noise?
The tolling of the bells. Bells with the resonance unlike that of any other, normally marked by their clarity. This bell is muddled as if it tolls for ill fortune on the horizon. Wow, that bell sure is a resounding reminder that I'm home again. It's the bell that tolls every once in a while. You can hear it resonates from anywhere in Hongyan.
It's a restructuring day. Huh? But the restructuring day already... She trails off, unable to finish her sentence as a brutal scene unfolds before us. You guys seeing this? The buildings are all starting to shift. It was as Isma said, the buildings all tethered to a complicated network of rails were either rising from or sinking into the earth. Movement has been observed from every building in the vicinity. Everything is changing. The localized shifting of structures we had been observing yesterday night were not as sweeping as this. I wonder... Oops.
중에 보셨던 건
Ah, I forgot to turn off the thing. What you saw last night must have been the premonition of the restructuring day, nudging some buildings to their position for a smoother overall redistribution of space. Now this is the real deal. Oh, that whole mess was just a premonition?
지금의 홍원
It's a remnant of an old H Corp that was here long before the current Yongyan. This structure has been here for a while, so we can't quite know the nature of its purpose,
시기점인지는
or the purpose of its scenery, but at this moment, they shift based on the current H Corp's restructuring standards. The world assembly shifts overnight, yet those who toil and toiled have naught to fear. Is it not joyous to have a place to rest your feet tonight? For those who weren't availed of fortune, this is simply the reality to bear. Only choice is to retreat in silence, to accept your fate as one might. Await the north in the coming month. Ponder how one might save their skin. How many shall plummet today, and how many shall remain? Hold on not to all things too tight, for ye may lose sight of when to let go, and feign ignorance when you must take flight. Ooh, interesting. Jesus. That's...
The consequences of reassembly for the evicted is an endless plummet. What a terribly distressing sight to behold, unable to do aught but to help. This another one of H-Corp's idiosyncrasies?
다른 등지에도 부의 척도를 재는
I don't know, didn't other nests also have their own measures of one's wealth? That's true. Yeah.
As T-Corp make use of time as currency.
맞아요. 이곳 홍원은 그 척도
Exactly, H-Corp's measure of wealth and currency is based on how much space a person owns, measured by a scale they call rooms.
It S, the measure of one's space is the measure of one's wealth.
I guess that makes sense because they're right next to H-Corp. So that way, not H-Corp, P-Corp. So they can get the larger inside. So one's wealth equates to one's room size.
네.
Exactly. So once every month, the worth of each person's labor and the quality of their income are measured to determine how much space they are assigned. So they can just...
So they can kick them out for... kick me out of my home for no reason? What? What kind of ridiculous rule is that?
이곳에서 한 번도 나고 자란 적 없는 저희야.
Well, it might appear like that way to outsiders like us.
부터 존재.
The calculations behind these redistributions are meticulously designed and have been here for a long time. So it seems that to me that everyone just accepts them as a natural part of their lives.
홍루 씨도 직접 보신 적이 있으세요?
Have you seen this happen to a person too, Honglu? The restructuring day?
보았죠.
I have.
제 방에 있는
Sometimes I'd watch the cityscape from behind the railings of my room.
아주 멀긴
It
했지만
happened far, far away from me, but I could see it all very well.
His expression remains tranquil and still as he calmly reminisces. It's like then when he was merely watching the featureless scenery pass by him,
살았던
passing by.
제적일에 별 관심이 없었어요.
Dongyan, my old home, was never too concerned about restructuring days. We get more room some days, but we'd never ever shrink.
그래서 저는
So I've never been affected by these restructuring days. I only ever witnessed them as they happen beneath me, high up in my room.
너는
You're...
너라고 뭐할 수
Yeah,
있는
fine, I doubt there's anything you could have done, but you just sat in your hands and watched all this shit.
Heathcliff trailed off, but I could see that he was getting, he was gritting his teeth. Another palanquin's coming.
들을 태울 가마가
And there's a ride. I think we showed enough, so let's get you guys going. This is a palanquin? Yep, looks like they sent us a large palanquin, large enough to comfortably seat a big crowd of people together. Young Master Jia Bayu and his 1,200 guests, is that correct? It's 13 to be exact. Huh? But I thought Saleh wasn't involved. Whoa, hold on your horses. I was told that young master's Bayou's faction was 12 people. Upon hearing that, Sadie began aggressively straying towards him, causing the pelican bearer to shriek in fear. Well, slow down, lady. We are 12 people. What's wrong? I mean, don't tell me that this thing looks like a normal contributing member of a clan to you. Huh? So they suddenly grabbed my shoulders and presented me before the bearer like I was some product. I mean, that's a pretty unique head that one's got there. Don't think I've seen anything like it around here in Pyongyang. But isn't that just a prosthetic in the shape of a clock? I guess, but still. I mean, let me ask you something. Can you even imagine why anyone in their right mind would stick a clock where their head's gonna go? Even if they were paying for cash. Ah, no way, man. Never. There are way more versatile modifications available here in Pyongyang than whatever the hack job is. The hack job. Nobody would. Exactly right. No idea what went down, but this fella here sure seems to have fallen on hard times. Too bad we live in a world where such misfortune can befall an honest soul like them. Boy oh boy, looks like this one's got scammed. A nasty scam too. Whatever backstreets they got that from must have been a real scoundrel who did it. Tisk. And look, even the clock isn't on time, and this poor person is barely conscious. Look at all they can do is make these weird ticking noises because they don't have a bell. Those were some pretty down hurtful things to say, but I decided not to take them at face value. It was pretty obvious what she was trying to do. Somebody so slow that I'm getting dizzy. Big grief, you weren't kidding. I could have done something so awful. It's a real blessing that young master Bayou's got such a kind-hearted soul. He simply could not walk past his timepiece emporium selling this human being like they're some toy or doll. So he picked him up and to get the head replaced with something proper. Yang got more than enough resources for something like that, right? Oh well, you're not wrong. There, it really is easy to swap out your whole body as long as you've got the cash to burn. What, a new head for me? Right, see what I mean? So that's why I told you that young master Bayou only has 12 people in his faction, including yours truly. Well, I see your point, but we can't let all of us board, yes? Our young master fully understands the moral conundrum you find yourself in, so we'd like you to offer this teeny tiny token of our appreciation. So they produce some bills from her pocket and smoothly slid them into Pelican Bearer's own. Oh man, oh lady, you really should do this. I really shouldn't. Oh, another thing, I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but if a word of this gets out, things might get pretty messy for the both of us. And that doesn't have to happen, does it? Indubitably, ma'am. I'm doing this purely out of the goodness of my heart. After all, what's a free ride for the downtrodden, eh? Seems to me the bloke doing this... Seems to me this bloke's doing this purely out of the interest of his, in the fatness of his wallet. Alright, stop gossiping over there and get on board. Wait. Are we leaving Pilot alone here? Pilot seems to have noticed me staring in his direction. He stopped fidgeting with the radio and waited us. Don't worry about me, and have a safe trip over there. I've got some stuff to handle on the outside. Design is more akin to an extremely extravagant limousine than a palanquin. Oh look, a bottle of champagne. Can I check this? Of course not. Drinking while on a mission is. Okay. With a quick clap, Sally promptly put an end to the hubbub the unexpectedly flashy appearance of the pelican caused. Her demeanor had shifted entirely into that of a calm and collected strategist, a far cry from the person who was chatting up a storm with the bearer just a minute ago. So they're gonna work, everyone? Why is she following us? She knows what happened last time. That concerns me that she's with us. Very badly. Trying to think like who would be a good support unit to have, or should I just keep it blank for now? I do have Zwei, but I don't know why Druid counts him as a tank, well, not a tank. Well, yeah, he is a DPS, but he's also very much a tank. He's got tank-like stats. So that's what confuses me the most. Is he's got aggro, and he's got tank-like stats. So why is he not classified as a tank? You know what? I'm going to say he's a tank. Because he's not going to get a lot of bonuses anyways. He's not going to be as effective as he could potentially be. Daniel, wait. Something's going on outside. Not long after Sweater paused over Otis's remark, a grating speaker whine rang out, followed by the worried voice of the bearer on the road. Other end, we're under attack. I thought things were going a little easy. It's no surprise that other candidates are trying to eliminate us, just in case. Why am I not surprised? Oh, it's just straight into a battle. Okay. Ooh, more of these guys. Swift ambushing Trader. Neutral? I guess they don't have sanity, so that makes sense. Does he have had threes? No. Okay, yeah. That sucks. Can't get all greens. She on 3? No, she's not. Okay. That's it, button. Win. Hey, you so Greco. I guess it's kind of hard for him to heal himself since he's the only Blood Fiend on the field as well. Nice clean up.
다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요?
운전의 위대한 일감을 기록하는 중간에 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
괜찮아? 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
These fights are going to be a little bit longer than normal because of the fact that I'm also doing a challenge on top of this.
결국 내 공부가 부족하지 않았다는 거네. 그치? 좋았어.
Sorry, getting distracted. No, I ran out of Enkephalin. If only I had lunacy. Oh no. Anyways, let me ignore it.
차근차근 그어서 되갚아보죠.
두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 좀 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
Right, I can't go back in there yet because people are fucking posting spoilers. They really need to make a thread for Limbus spoilers. Especially for people who are a little bit behind for that channel.
좀 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
카론, 기다리는 거
How do you get your passive?
숙제를 들어드릴게요.
Somehow he's not the lowest. No tier 3 for him yet. Roger doesn't have a tier 3 yet either.
얼려라지.
Damn. He's rolling good.
용서할 테니
저대로 돌려보낼 생각은 아니시죠? 확실히 처리해야 합니다.
Where? Oh, he still doesn't have it. Okay. Don't need to worry then. Why is he at 0 SP? But does he have a mechanic that I'm not realizing?
바쁜데 특별히 들어드릴게요.
Why are you at 0 sanity? Odd. Feel like you should be winning your clashes. There should be no reason why you're at 0. Not that I know of. Or has he been getting one-sided on all of them? He might have been getting one-sided on all of them. That would probably make sense if he's been one-siding everything. And now he's clashing. What the hell? Yeah, now he's getting SP. So, the reason why he was at 0 is because he couldn't fucking clash. Everyone was dying before he could fucking clash. Or being broken. That's funny. Even though he's meant to be... He's in the 1 spot. How is he not getting clashes? I guess he's slower than everyone else. This is crazy. I mean, no reason not to. God. Sinclair. Ooh. Nice. Yahoo! Where is he? There you are. Now stop that from doing anything. Easy. I don't know how many things there are, we'll have to say. Yes. That should be fine then. If Roger is keeping up with him damage-wise, then yeah, he's a tank. He's a tank in this team at least. Pedaled. The bell tolls. Entering Daguan. Yeah. Daguan now. Despite some troubles on the way, it seems that we managed to arrive at our destination, mostly unhurt. Daguan, Honglin's old home. Oof, we're running out of time. Plus, I'm sure you understood the most important part of my plan, right? It is unlikely to be a pleasant sight to behold. Remember, the plan hinges on your patience, everyone. You have to remain calm and wait, even if they freak out and actively try to kill you. What? She's obviously... I'm guessing there's something important to the plot that we don't know yet. Who are they talking about? Who would freak out and try to kill us? Yeah, I don't know. There was a chance that they might panic and immediately order for the sinners to be executed on the spot. However, it is unlikely that the person whose responsibility is to judge the next family hierarch of Hangyan will make such a hasty response. Oh, it's talking about the family, I see. Exactly. Everything's going to be fine as long as the decider has the capacity for patience. Yeah.
Execution? What?
Great, I'll follow up with a subsequent contact once you have safely completed the first round of evaluations. As the group took exchange with Faust, Sade leaped gracefully off the moving pelicans as Heathcliff murmured in his half-sleep. We watched her grow smaller and smaller as the distance between us grew, but what really caught our eyes were the unscattered humans that the reconstructing day had evicted from their homes. They were trying to drag their broken bodies off the road, sobbing and writhing. Some lived? I guess it makes sense.
This is horrible. There isn't anything we can do to help, but in the sense of utility and powerlessness would negatively impact the efficient performance of your professional obligation. Repeat exposure to similar stimuli is recommended to desensitize oneself to the sensation. So, how do you feel about going back home after so long?
Sinclair changed the subject.
I don't know. Don't even need to ask him, lad. I know it can't be easy. As for me, blimey, I hesitated almost 1,000 times wondering if I should just turn around and leave. What if I knocked on those gates, but she...
Heathcliff came to a suffocating stop, his voice trembling lightly as he did so. The others stared at him in confused silence. Because they don't know, but we know. What is it? Why did you stop mid over? Oh wow, look at these cool windows. I think we can swap them out with other images. So I quickly tried to serve for the subject again, but all I got was Ismail's scolding glare that seemed to wordlessly tell me not the time. Please. Oh, it's so funny.
I remembered what happened each time one of us returned to the part of the city that held our memories of happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. And as we traveled, I remembered that they were all looking at sceneries only they could see. Roger, you awkwardly tried your best to crack jokes. Sinclair, you tried your best to hold back the welling tears again and again. You shut your eyes for a long time. Ismail, you couldn't stop talking to yourself while glaring down at the lake's surface. And Heathcliff, I saw you scared and anxious, yet shaping your hair over and over again.
You've really been watching us closely, huh? Did we?
Spring leaves, petals scatter, and all shall turn around to find the doors to which they belong and return forevermore. I think everyone has a small mound of petals they gathered for themselves. What? I don't... Why would anyone collect something like that? You simply haven't discarded them yet.
There was still a transparent smile on his face, but I think I saw a burrowing, sinking shadow behind it. Oh. The moment I felt that, a familiar light came into view, and I immediately understood what was going on. The golden bow was close, and it's resonating with Hongli's fathoms. They watched the flower barrel of mine and mock away, who lay me to rest once I die. When spring passes, youth passes, and as wrinkles shear it all away. Flowers pass, people pass, and ignorant they remain to where they hie. Why do you always recite these strange, complicated poems, Dayu? Jabayu. Isn't that? There are plenty of ways to remain young, aren't there? Dayu. Because we needn't see the snow in our hairs to know that the spring will pass. Oh, so that's him and talking, and her is Dayu, question mark. They look very similar. Hiya, Pants. What's up? No spoilers, by the way. I know you really love to chuck around your spoilers. Please don't. I'm being serious, don't spoil. No spoilers. Why are you cleaning up those fallen petals? Just float them downstream, you'll get dirt on your hands. And be so wasteful? How will we hear the sound of falling rain once we sweep all these petals away? This is a remembrance of a rainy day, so I'm going to treasure it. Besides, these beautiful blossoms get dirty in the stream if we let them float away. So please don't scatter all the petals from your embrace, big bro Bayou. Oh, it's his little sister. Does that mean the older sister of what's her name? Jishun, sorry. Honglu. Is there anyone you miss here at Danyuan?
No, there isn't. But how's that possible? Is it your family there? And a bunch of other people who are so important to you? Well, as long as I believe them to be doing well, there isn't any need for me to yearn to see them again.
Do you still treasure your petals?
No, I scattered them all the day I departed my home. So my rainy days are now silent.
I see.
You saw that, didn't you, Date? You saw my memory?
I did. He knowingly laughed. He wasn't surprised or angry that I peered into his memories.
Do you want to tell us about your parents? Or, yeah, you talked about your grandmother pretty often. What kind of person are they?
I was hoping it was a one sentence. Maybe he was trying to commiserate, tenuous as the connection might have been. We were headed to his home to meet his family anyway.
They're both very wise in the ways of the world. Grandmother always treated me preciously. So did my mother and my father. We almost there. I can see the garden.
Big house.
We still have some time before we get to the main buildings. I remember the days when deer and hares would frolic out in here in the garden.
이거 산책하려면 하루 종일도 걸을 수 있겠는데요.
Well, I consider myself taking a long walk around here. It'd take a whole day and then some to cover the entire ground.
I usually leave it only around my own room. It's dangerous to stray too far after all.
So, it's dangerous? Why? There's the stranger danger, getting lost, getting targeted. Besides, it's very dark at night. Oh, let me say again.
There's the stranger danger, getting lost, getting targeted. Besides, it's very dark at night. What? That ain't a very big deal, is it? Kids run around, scrape their faces and branches, trip and eat shit on the pavement all the time. I'm sure you would have ran freely around the garden Heathcliff, but it's important to always be careful. When I was 5, someone had lathered a deadly poison on a random tree branch.
Yeah. What?
뛰노는 걸 좋아하는 동생이 있었는데
I had a little brother who liked to frolic like you do, Heathcliff.
우연인지 딱
But
그
by
주위에
some coincidence, he
나뭇가지에
happened to be running around the same tree that had its branches slatted in poison.
어떻게 되었는가?
What transpired thereafter?
괜찮아졌을 거예요.
I'm sure he got better.
수빈이
Zhuyan
백방만
told me he'll be fine just after 100 nights of rest.
He's dead.
수빈은 언제나 똑똑했으니까.
Because Zhuyan was always so smart. I'm sure it happened exactly as she said.
He's dead. He is fucking dead. Jai Bayou. We don't get to see the... I just realized that we don't get to see the EX. Interesting. Entering Dahyuatang. A grand... you know what, I'm just going to say that. Entering Dahyuating. Dahyuating. Now, it wasn't long before our arrival to our new place, but Dagyuan was made known by the Palanquin bearers. So, sonorous announcement.
대화총은 또 뭐야?
This new cancer thingy I just found out too. They had in progress. Yeah! The thing is like... The fact that they're hiding the process is a bit... Like, the progress is a big deal because that's the first time they've felt like they needed to hide it. They felt they needed to hide it. Which is interesting because that just tells me like they're hiding how long this canto will be. Which is fucking... Oh, that is a good idea. Hide how long this canto is. Just so people are like, wait, how long is part 2 and part 3, you know? Because as far as we know, part 2 and part 3 could be like fucking long as shit. We don't know. And it's crazy they're doing it now, too. I'm gonna go check something. I'll be right back. Sorry. Oh, hello, Jakey. Dinner's almost ready anyways. Well, it's almost ready. I think we're just waiting on the chips and the lasagna to cook. Lasagna tonight, boys. Yeah. Let me make sure everything is back where it was. I trust that anyone who's watching on YouTube is caught up, so that's fine.
More buildings? What's Rotang mean anyway?
쉽게 말하면
Grand
연애를
Flower
하는
Hall.
방이라고 할까요?
So I think you could call it a place for banquets? Oh, so that you host banquets in this village-sized venue? Isn't that a lake over there?
아, 그건
Nope,
연못이랍니다.
it's a pond.
연못.
A pond? Damn.
도착하면
Once we arrive, we will find ourselves a welcoming party for Jishun and me.
아,
Red-
로자 씨도
Regia, you should be able to stuff yourself to your heart's content this time. It's been a while, hasn't it?
도착하기 전부터 이렇게 설렌 적은 처음인 것 같아.
I don't think I've been this excited in a long time. Oh, is that a ship over there? You have a ship?
아, 네. 가끔 뱃놀이를 나가기도 했거든요.
Yep. We would sometimes go out boating.
아, 그리고
Oh, and Jishun's building is right across that
시촌이
pond.
지내는 건물도 있다.
You each have a building of your own? This. Oh,
성원을 떠났을 때 다른
Yes, we
곳에서는
do.
한 건물에
So when I
온갖
first
함께
departed from
지내는
Pyongyang, I found the concept of an entire family living on the same roof so fascinating.
이래서는 가족끼리 얼굴 한번 보기도 힘들겠네만.
alas, 'twould be quite the challenge for thy family to see one another.
그러기 위해서 따로 쓰는 걸요?
And that is exactly why we each get a building.
이거 대화가 제대로 이어지는 거 맞아.
Are we even talking about the same thing here?
이럴 거면
Alack, for woe, we could have merely enjoyed our vacation. What? At Young Hung Lu's residence all along? Vacationees?
그건 곤란해요, 동키호테 씨.
That wouldn't have worked, Don Quixote. When I left home, grandmother and the elders really impressed upon me that
때가 되면
the footsteps shall eventually bring you home when the time is right. Thus witness, and the only witness,
그저 보고 있으라고.
thus witness, and the only witness, as much as the world as you may before you make your return.
언제 오려나
I was wondering when that would be, but it's time.
속절없이 흘러.
But time really slipped through our fingers. And just like that, it brought me here.
Most sinners did not welcome their turn. Some of them were even terrified of it. Sometimes they had to confront what they had been avoiding all their lives. And for some, important things that were once forgotten or lost were waiting for their return. But their reluctance is really not surprising at all. I don't think I'd welcome an opportunity to get my memories back with open arms if it was thrust upon me out of nowhere, especially if I was getting dragged there against my will. But despite the fact that it couldn't be more obvious that this turn had arrived, Honglu was tranquil as he always was. He's always been able to remain aloof no matter what happens. Maybe it won't be different. Maybe it won't be a bit different this time either. Though even so, can I judge that so hastily? Young Masa Bayu of the Jia family has returned. Again with the palanquin bearer's deep, full-throated pronouncement of our arrival, the door fully opened.
필요하실 텐데 어서 들어오세요.
Here we are. You must all be tired. Come in, come in.
Leaving behind the sinners who were still reeling from the astronomical level of opulence at display, Honglu bounced lightly off the palanquin and mosey-eyed into the building.
Quite the
설렌다.
life for the steps he takes, unhindered by excitement, nor trepidation. Right?
좋은
Rich boy's got nothing to fear, cause he's used to this kind of poshness. That's all this is.
Verily, this must be a subtle expression of that teensy part of him that longeth to see his family again. Once we all left the palanquin,
I find myself beseathed by overwhelming vicissitudes and objects of great magnitude.
하인들도 대체 몇 명이래요?
just how many servants do they have?
술시가 되면 할머니가 방문하신다네요.
Grandmother will visit us once your hour arrives.
연애는
The
그때
banquet
시작될
will
것
start
같아요.
then, I think.
Zhu hour? The Zhu hour refers to time between 19 and 21. This is the unique time system used in certain regions of the East. In addition, it would be best to remember that Hong Li's grandmother, Zhao Mu, is the hierarch of Dang Yuan. It would not be an incorrect assessment to see her as the ruler of Pyongyang. Your relative is the head of a wing? I see.
이제 곧 다음 후계자에게 가조를
Yes,
넘겨주실
no,
거예요.
she'll be handing that over to the next heir pretty soon.
이제 와서 가주의 자리를 넘기려는 이유가 뭐지?
Right now, what does she seek to achieve by abdicating at this precise time? Otis, as she probably saw an ulterior motive behind every move, inquired.
때가 올 거라고 하시긴 했어요. 당신께선
She's been
너무
saying that
오랫동안 맡으셨다는
her time
말이죠.
would eventually come, that she carried this responsibility for far too long.
갑자기 나타나서 가주 대전에 참가한다고 하면 깜짝 놀랐어.
I bet she'd be pretty shocked to hear that you'll be taking part of family hierarchy war.
글쎄요. 어쩌면 담담하실
I don't know about that. Maybe she'll take it well.
구태여 나갈
There's
이유는
never been a
없지만
reason for me to bother
나가지
participating,
않을
but
이유도 없었으니까요.
there wasn't a reason for me to not either. Huh?
저쪽에
There's
시치님과
Shujun
웨이님이
and Wei over
앉아
there.
계세요.
They look
다행히
like
무사히
looks like
도착하신
they both
모양인데.
arrived safely.
Jishin, who arrived before us, shot us a briefest glance before looking away with exaggerated disinterest. Fucking Sundere. Sundere to look at fucking us.
Shouldn't turn her back on us.
그 잠깐 사이에 되게 섬.
Well, it didn't take long for for things to become super awkward. Oh, we must capture this opportunity to see ourselves adjacent to young Jishun.
Too late. We've been forever banned from ever getting anywhere near her.
어째서 말인가?
Yet wherefore?
저희는 이제
We are no longer Jishun's faction.
적으로 취급받는
Her hostility is to be expected.
Things have changed. Us versus them in a group versus our group.
전장은 언제나 모략과
Deception and treachery are natural parts of war.
오늘의 아군은
An ally of today may as well become an enemy of tomorrow.
수가 없다.
And that's a funny way of saying I don't have any friends. What did you just... good one, Ishmael. Good one.
부모님이 저기 계시.
Good one. Good one. I can't clap. I'm clapping though. Oh, hang on.
Ah, there are my parents.
갑자기 바로
Hold on. We're walking right up to them? Blimey. At least tell us what their names.
아버지
Ah,
전화는
father's name is
가시
Zhong.
그리고
The Zhao family.
대관원에서
And in
왕궁이라고
Jiangyuan, they call my
불리시답니다.
mother Lady Wang. Zheng? Sorry.
출가 이후
I greet you for the first time since my departure.
가시 보. 지금 귀가
A
있어.
Bayou of the Zhao family has returned home.
벌써 왔느냐?
You're early. Oh, you know what? I won't give him one.
You're early. Bow, dear Bow. By you. It has been too many years. To see you again after so long. It is so good to see your face. Oh, I don't know what I should even say. Years? When did they grab everyone from the bars? Have they been planning this for fucking years? They've just been waiting for everyone to be gathered up? The father, Jia Xing's eyes dart nervously between us and Honglu. Meanwhile, his mother gingerly brings him in for a careful embrace as though she was in the presence of something so utterly deeply moving. It was more than the pure joy of reunion. What do you mean by that? So they're Honglu's parents.
극진히 환영해 주시니 감사해요.
So thank you so much for your hospitality. You have certainly spared no expenses.
그런데 같이 온 분들은
So who are these people you've come here with?
대단한 숫자는 아니지만 밖에서
Well,
사귄
there aren't too many
제
of them.
친구들이랍니다.
They are my friends I met out in the world.
구하라고 소개하던 누구보단
At least he's introducing us as his. At least he's not introduced to us as his lackeys, like I said, someone I know.
Oh wait, that's
Honglu's mother suddenly turns around to look at us. I mean, it's a weird thing to say, but somehow I almost felt like she was looking down at each of us one by one. I'm so glad to meet you all. Bayou's always been such a stubborn child. I'm sure was quite the handful to accompany you on your journeys.
스러웠을 텐데.
I hope you can still embrace him despite every stubborn Honglu. Whatever she said, they don't seem too happy to hear that. Dear Bayou, why did you allow your friends to call you by that name?
부르게 두는 거니?
What of your noble blessed name bestowed upon you by the revered Jaren, our elders?
왜 갑자기?
what's going on with her?
And Honglu reached out and gently, yet indifferently held his mother's violently trembling hands.
어머니,
Of course I would, mother.
그
Because that
고귀한 이름이니까요.
the name's too noble indeed. Sorry. I'm just also getting my dinner. I don't think I can move it there. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. That gets in my way. I'll have to keep it on my lap for now. Hey, so I'll just keep that there. You can sit. Good. Oh, my thing's off. Because the name is too noble indeed.
Ah, yes, it is a name that any rebel should so heedlessly speak. Of course.
이쪽도 원래 이름이란 게 있었어?
Oh, do you also have an old name and a new name?
그거 있잖아. 피사에서 홍루 보고
Well, don't you remember back in Pico, Wei called Honglu young master by you? Also remember how he announced himself before that duel on the day we arrived in H-Corp. He introduced himself as Bai of the Jia family. I thought it was a synonym back then, though given the circumstances.
우리랑 다르게 고귀하신 이름이다.
Well, it ain't like us calling your real name's gonna cheapen its nobility or whatever. Tisk.
고작 이름인데 부른다고 달친 않아.
It's just a name. Whoops.
부른다고 믿으시는 분들도
It's just a name, so you can say it as many times as you want, and it won't deprecate in value it has. Oh, but some people do actually believe that it does, I suppose.
이름을 여기저기서 쓰고 다니지 않은 것 잘해.
It was wise of you to refrain from using that name. No, right. To let your precious name be known among the plebeian populace is to encourage knives in the dark to strike. Even here, too. It is as your mother says. Were your true name to be made known, any individual with a passing connection to H-Corp would have easily connected you to Pyongyang.
대부분의 이름에는
It said that most names are
It is said that most names are repositories of their keeper's origins. In the eastern region of the
부모가
city,
자식에게 이름을
when
지을
the
때
parent names their child, they
어떻게
imbue
세상에 쓰일
them with
것인지를 담아
meaning.
직분하지.
It carries the wish for the children's place and use in the world.
내놈 이름의 뜻이 뭐지?
You, what's your name that mean?
제 이름은 부모님뿐만 아니라
My name
많은 분의
is a
만들어졌죠.
culmination of wishes. Not only those of my parents, but those of many more.
태어날 때부터
It means that I was
목을
born
가지고
with a precious
태어났다는
jade.
뜻이랍니다.
Jai Bayu. Tisk awful, Honglu's better.
At least try to whisper.
나도 부르는
I
대로
call rich boy whatever I want to. If I'm ever forced to call him young master Bayou or some servile shit like that, I'd rather take a punch or two from the god.
I could feel the horrified gaze of servants staring at us.
홍루라고 불러주세요.
I don't mind, so please continue to call me Honglu if you want.
귀빈들께서는 자리에 앉아주시길 청하옵니다. 곧 음식.
Please seat yourselves on a guest. The food will be served soon.
야,
What's this?
이거 진짜 먹으라고 주는 거 맞아요?
Did they expect us to eat all of this? Roger will. Roger will eat all of this. There's no doubt about that. I don't think I've ever been intimidated by food before. There's quite literally a mountain of dishes on the table. I was starting to wonder if the purpose of these dishes were more to flaunt their wealth than to feed us a reasonable amount of food.
이거 말이야.
What a piece! I can ask for refills, right? Huh? Yes? Anyway, what's up with those empty seats over there? Are we still killing time for some guests to arrive?
그건 아닐 것
I
같아요.
don't think so. They're probably seats for my older siblings somewhere in Dangyuan. They probably just didn't want to attend.
오늘은 저를
This is
환영하기
a
위해
banquet to
만들어진
welcome me after
자리니까요.
all. I'm sure they believe it's a waste of time to
시간
attend.
낭비.
거참
Man,
얼마나 부지런하게 사는
there better be some real busy on some real busy schedule to miss this.
가보께서 당도하셨나이다.
Jaimu, venerated be her presence graces us. Jaimu, venerated be her presence graces us. But the announcement utter silence quickly devoured the busy hubbub of the banquet. Those who were sitting quietly rose to their feet and bowed, while those who were sitting knelt down on all fours. Their backs bent so low that their foreheads were nearly touching the floor. Those are some scary motherfuckers, what the hell? What the fuck? And the woman walking out from between them, the crowd itself parting down the middle for her sheer presence.
할머니가 오셨네요.
Ah, there's grandmother.
Was Honglu's grandmother, the family hierarch of H Corp and its chief executive director. Jimu's presence was at once warm, gentle, yet immense and overwhelming, like a personification of an insurmountable mountain. Or farmed. So those, I'm guessing, so those are red. The ones we got in the ID are purple. So what ones did these go to? Is the question. We are grants by the presence, venerable Jaimu. We are graced by your presence, venerable Jaimu. What should we bow to?
I don't think you could bow any lower with your face halfway in the bowl, so you should be fine, probably. She's surrounded by Hashio too, I think.
Guys, everything's gonna be fine as long as we don't do anything stupid. As everyone was bowing before Jaimu, awed and humbled, only Honglu looked straight at Jaimu without bowing. Then he got up from his seat and walked over to her.
오랜만에 인사드려요.
Yes, it's been a while, grandmother.
보옥도련님, 가까이 올라오시죠.
Please ascend, young master. By you. It seems that a special permission was needed to even stand next to her, as Honglu was allowed to approach her only after the servant gave him the go-ahead. Little Bayou, you must have walked and toiled tirelessly on your journey home.
그렇지 않아요, 할머니. 함께했던 분들이 모두 친절히
Up chicken.
새로운 걸 많이
We'll see. Snake. Bunny. Oh, Chinese zodiac. Then the most likely answer is the dragon. Well, no. If Honglu takes over, then his would be a dragon. Hers might be the one before dragon. Whatever that one is. So that way it goes in a cycle. Or at least in this case it makes sense. So whichever one's before dragon.
Not at all, grandmother. I was able to learn so many new things thanks to everyone who treated me so nicely.
배움을 통달하고자 했다면
Had you sought to master the art of learning, no master, regardless of pursuit, would have been out of reach. You could have learned much in the halls of erudition from them.
방에 앉아
Yet the world taught from sheets of paper, simply that, words on paper. We wish that you, dear Bayou, would learn more of the secular world, to not let flow betwixt your fingers the time that is given to you.
알아요, 할머니.
Oh,
기회였다는
okay.
If I was a dragon. Red. Red. Maybe boar or lion is... Well, no, is it lion? I think lion is one? No, it might be boar. Boar is very red related. Fire related, earth related, so it might be that one. Or chicken as well. Chicken is also an option. I think it's chicken because it's white and a bit red on the head. Did you have that? Yeah, I could see it.
I know this opportunity was more than what I deserved, grandmother.
그래도
I appreciate you returning.
가주 자리를 내려놓기 전에
I appreciate your return all the same, that you have deigned to return before me in my abdication of the great responsibility. For it appears that young Honglu signed onto Limbus Company Grand Cruise Resort. The fucking goddamn it, Don Quixote, always making me laugh. Gran Turismo? What's that? Can you two stop battling with your mouths full? Young master family's most eminent are oft sent out into the world on a grand tour. Thus coined was the precious Gran Turismo, if thou wilt, for they are to commence their public activities.
책으로는 배울 수 없는 다양한
The
경험을
purpose is to learn the varied experiences that cannot be gained from books, to grow familiar with the world outside.
저기 있는 시투니와는
I hear that you have met with Zishun in the world not long ago. You know what, fuck it. A bright child she is, well prepared to take on the challenge of the family hierarchical evaluation, I presume.
맞아요. 시춘이라면
I
영리하게
agree.
진행해내겠죠.
I am sure Zishun will wisely overcome the trials.
그래. 어르신들께는 인사를 드렸느냐?
Have you paid a visit to the revered elders then?
방문드리려고요.
I will soon.
왕부인도 이곳으로 올라오거라.
Lady Wang ascended here too, as well.
송구합니다.
With your mercy, Jimu, of course. Ongle's mother hurried up to where Jimu stood.
하나뿐인 아들이
It must
출가하여
cause your heart great distress to have your own and one and only son depart his home to wander the world beyond the hedges. Of course not, Jimu.
저는
Oh, I'm simply so glad that my son Baiyu
이렇게 제 목숨을
has returned as a man who can now more than carry his own weight and hung on to. Thus, dear Baiyu,
할 생각은
I don't mean to rush, but when are you planning to depart again?
건 없어요.
We still have this bad.
Nothing has been decided yet, Mother.
I see. I'm simply concerned that were you to stay here to be prolonged, perhaps you might fade before your duties are complete. Complete your duties and return soon, so that the agreement Jaimu has so graciously made for us is fulfilled.
그래. 잃지
Indeed,
말고
please not forget not.
너는
You are our family's one and only jade.
우리의 둘도
Dear Bayou, our peerless treasure, tarry not over long in this mundane world. Leave when the time is right, and fulfill your worth.
그럴게요. 할머니.
Okay, grandmother
어머니.
and mother. And skip the rest, right? Or now we
You know what's going on. I might have to BRB and eat real quick. So, there we go. Let me eat. hiccups. There we go. Hey. I thought the sinners were doomed to chew uncomfortably through this incredibly awkward meal, but Xiaomu and her retinue of Huishou left the banquet hall quite promptly after that exchange. It was as though they had no more reason to remain here.
Is it odd that they should inquire Hongwu of his departure plans on the very welcoming of his return?
그러게요. 아끼는 것처럼 보이다가
Right, one moment it appears like they really care about him, then
The appearance of that care for one's own child was quite distinct and unusual compared to the typical display of emotions intimacy expressed in average households.
hey Bayou. That's when an unfamiliar chip of voice hopped jovially into our conversation.
제일 먼저 찾아주지 않았어.
Why didn't you come see me first? I've been staying in the same building ever since you departed here, you know?
말이야.
보차 누나구나. 오랜만이야.
Big sis Yao Bao-chan. It's been so long.
여기까지 와서 자리를 채워준
You come all
거구나.
the way to my welcome banquet to fill a seat? I appreciate that.
고우기가 오는지 미리 알았더라면 우리 설씨 가문의 다른 사람들까지 불러왔을 텐데.
She's short, that's one thing. Had I known that you would be coming home today, Bayou, I would have summoned everyone I could from Zhui family to see you, too. Big bro Pan's really been itching to know what you've been doing.
허기나?
Yeah, sure he has. Yushun, who'd been sitting in complete silence for the entire banquet, muttered quietly to herself. Who else have you greeted since your arrival, Bayou?
부모님과 가모님께 방금 문안 드렸어.
My parents and Jaimu.
정말? 그러면 내가 첫 번째네.
Really? Saw me first then. She made a cheerful remark before leaning close up to his eye.
목은 언제
Your jade is always so glimmering and pristine, Bayou. Look, I made myself a necklace in the same color as your eye and wear it every single day to constantly remind myself of you. Well, do you see it?
들고 다녔어.
그렇구나.
Huh.
계속 기억해주다니 고마워.
Oh, I have to thank you for remembering me.
저 그런데 누구야?
Hang on. Yes. Kiki. So, are you going to introduce her to us, or?
오랜만에 분위기 좋아한데.
Why couldn't we just let this nice reunion play out, man?
Roger has stepped forward, unable to stand her curiosity.
아, 여기는 말이죠.
Oh, she's...
보차라고 한답니다. 설가 보차. 보우기와
Hi, I'm Bao Shai.
하고 있답니다.
Bao Shai of the Zui family. I have a very profound relationship with dear Bayo here.
인연?
A very profound relationship. He is my betrothed, and I am to him. I'd say that's pretty profound. Hmm? What? Heathcliff?
그렇게 놀라실 일도 아니랍니다.
It's
어르신들이
nothing to be surprised
지나가듯
about.
맺는 인연은
These profound relationships can be established effortlessly in the simple exchange of agreements between our elders.
아니, 그래도 말 한마디라도 해주지 그랬어.
Hey, could you at least given us a hint?
어차피 제가 혼인을 하는 건 이 림버스
But I won't be
떠났을 때
married until I leave Limbus Company, though.
그러니 굳이
I just thought that it
알릴
wasn't
필요는
relevant
없다고
enough to share.
생각했다니까.
저 아까 살짝 들렸는데
So, sorry about overhearing earlier, but you guys are Bayo's friends, right?
보우기가 지금
I've been so curious to hear what kind of life Bayo lived out there. Could you share some tales of your journey with me? Don't have stories for kids, shoo. Why? But I love stories about bloodshed.
아, 보차 누나의 취미 중 하나가
One of
도시
Big
괴담 서적
Sister
모으기였거든요.
Bauchai's pastimes was curating creepy stories of urban legends.
그렇다면
Phew, then maybe I'll share some. Ah,
다른
What about everyone else? I love adventures. Love adventure stories.
Be careful what you wish for.
자, 앉아보시게. 이제부터
God damn it. Don Quixote, could you fucking calm down?
동굴에 무시무시한 곰이 살고 있었지.
I beseech thee to find a seat. But now I shall go to tell which adventure most wondrous valley unfolds. But brace thyself. Well, this is particularly old and terrifying tale features a big scary bear lurking in a cavern.
식사 끝났으면 얌전히 각자가 머물 곳으로 돌아가는 게 어때?
If you finish with your meals, why don't you go back to our residences?
시춘이는
You're so angry again, Zishun. Last I heard, you lost much of your followers in a large battle, didn't you? I'm so sorry. I used more than 3 handkerchiefs wiping my tears away upon hearing that news.
벌써 설씨가
So this Yuri family's heard it too, huh? You're not wrong, but that's irrelevant to what I've brought to the family Harak War. Always a big fan of your confidence, Zishun. It's a good look, you know.
그리고 보차 언니도 조심.
Oh, that reminds me. You better watch your back, Big Sis Baochai. Looks like Big Brother Bayu's learned how to sink a knife into your back with that same carefree smile. What does she mean by you knifing people in the back?
시춘이랑 사이가 조금 틀어졌거든.
I just had a small falling out with Yishun, that's all.
아하, 시춘이가 너를
Zishun must have been trying to get on your side, huh?
볼만했을 거야.
Yeah, no wonder she wanted you on her team. Bayu's always excited at whatever he does without stressing out or losing that happy smile.
그냥 하다 보니까 잘 되었어.
It just kind of worked out that way.
좀 재수없는 스타일이긴 했었다. 그치?
I guess he can be a bit irritating like that, huh? Some people, though, are though rare, are indeed like that. Oh, that reminds me.
혹시
You by chance run into Big Brother Kui?
오다가 만난 적 있어?
The fact that she's scared scares me. What's scary is she's sweating. Like, did you see it? Did you see him? Did you see him?
나는 못 보았지만 이분들은 만났어.
I haven't, but they have.
다행이네.
That's good. She placed her hand over her chest as though she'd just survived an incredibly dangerous accident before eyeing us anxiously.
그래서
So what happened?
했어? 사이와를 포섭하려고
I do know that he was trying to ally with Yua. I mean, it didn't seem like anyone else was viewing that as an alliance other than Yua himself, but it must have been pretty open secret amongst the candidates that Jacques was trying to ally with Yua. They cut Big Brother Yuhua's head off when he was with us.
팽이 언니 종이
This lie, these motherfucking guys, they know what they're doing. Also, I did say that, Mike.
They cut Big Brother Yuha's head off when he was with us.
Huh.
이번이
So this is the third time, huh? Yuha's really incorrigible. He never knows when to zip it and sit down.
치우
Oh, Big Brother Kui, I had a feeling he'd be here when the family hierarchy war begins. Everyone in Dungan heard that creepy song from the back streets, you know. Gosh, things are getting so awkward and hostile here at Dungan every time there's any mention of him.
그리고 다행히
Well, I guess it's fortunate that he won't be coming after me once the competition begins. And why is that? Because I'm simply too charming and adorable to kill outright, of course. He is after your fucking ass. He's going to kill you. You're first on the shit list. Because he wants to make Hong Lu mad, probably. If he cares, but we'll see.
그리고
Besides, whatever Big Brother Kui's goals are, they probably have nothing to do with Joy Fair family.
설시가문은 아닐 테니까요.
She had a darkened look on her face. I skipped past it too fast, but Otis definitely thought about it and was like, no, she's going to die.
그럴 수도 있겠다.
I can see that.
Batcha took a step toward Hong Lu and leaned in close to his face. Do you smell my fragrance still, Bayu?
보천 누나에게선 고약한 향이 난 적이
You
한
have
번도
never read Big
없었는걸?
Sister Bao-chan?
나는 쭉 형무원에
You've always been and will always be residing at Hyung Rai Yun. Promise to pay me a visit before you leave. With that graceful, with that, she gracefully walked out of the room.
저희도 이만 돌아가는 게 어떨까요?
Well, how about we start heading back? This place is pretty dark around high hour. Why did you leave?
별거
It's nothing.
아니랍니다.
It's just a big sis I used to play when I was a child.
대관원에서 제게 친절을
One of the
보여주신
very few in
얼마 안
Yangyuan
되는
who was
분 중
nice to me.
하나였죠.
Yishun is the closest to normal, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong.
그러게.
He's a big fucking guy.
구해봐도 되는 거지.
I'm sure any girl would be like, yeah, you know. So, good question. Just going. Oh, hang on. Do I still have my? Oh, okay, good. We're getting that. Yeah. I hope me swapping between my robot voice and my normal voice to voice act is fine. Good question. Just going by the scale of everything in here, it should be safe to expect something really ritzy, right?
제 손님으로 오셨으니 대관원
You're
안에
my
있는
guest,
제
so
방에서
you
묵으면
should
될
be able to
거예요.
stay at my building with Yangyuan.
그리 멀지 않아서
It's within
아마
walking
없이도
distance from
금방
here.
갈수
We should be there in no time, even on foot.
Interesting. Yeah. When there's a fight, a fight. I'll munch up the rest of this while the fight is going on, because I haven't completely finished my dinner, but I got rid of most of it. I can munch on the rest.
자, 여기랍니다.
Ta-da! We're here. Here we are.
가깝다고 한 것 치곤 꽤 걸었네.
That was a pretty long walk. Still technically within walking distance, but
이 홍원이라고 부른답니다.
Yeah, this place is called the Yihong Yuan. Joyce Red Quartz.
홍원에서 제일 향긋한
This room was
꽃나무로
made
만든
from the
방이어서
most
숨을 크게
aroma-
들이쉬면 말이죠.
aromatic flower tree within H Corp. Try taking a deep breath and you can smell the
이렇게
lovely fragrance of flower
꽃잎이
aroma
꽃꽃을
pervading,
타고
spreading
퍼져요.
from every tip,
다른
the very
건물은
tip
안
of your
그런데
nose.
말이죠.
It's unique to this building.
과히 그렇구려.
Very much so.
보이지도 않는 것이
It's
제법 향기롭소.
is as unseen and invisible thing, yet it remains much of its pleasant redolence.
this place is huge too. You've been living here all along?
더 넓은 방에서 지내라고 하셨지만
I'm
여기가
I'm
마음에
that
들어서요.
worst guy, sorry. Especially these Chinese ones. Yes, I was told to stay in the larger room, but I prefer this place more.
도련님, 오랜만에 인사드립니다.
Hi, Jiren. It has been long, young master. Young master Jiren reporting. Oh, hey, is she?
스빈, 잘 지냈어?
Have you been well, Jiren?
네, 평소와 같았습니다.
Yes, I am as I always have been. Jiren watched us emotionlessly as our rowdy crowd poured into the yard. Her expression did not change even when she saw Hong Lu, who presumably hadn't been home for quite some time.
오늘은 도련님의
Other young master's guests, I will guide them to their room. Please follow me.
따로 방문할 때가 있어서요. 금방 다녀올게요.
Now that we're here, I've got to pay a visit somewhere. I'll be back soon though.
어디를 가시는 겐가? 우리도 함께.
To where wilt thou journey? I'll ask the company.
괜찮아요.
Haha, it's okay.
어르신들께 문안
Just
인사를
on my
드리는
way to say
것뿐인 거라
hello and pay
혼자
my
가는
respects
편이
to the
좋아요.
others. So it better be. It will be better if I go there alone.
자, 이쪽으로.
I don't know how good that idea is when people could be here to assassinate you, Hong Lu.
뭐 어느 작전이나
Well, I guess I could say this about every operation, but
그렇게 현장까지 직접
well, the weight of our mission doesn't really sink in until we're actually there.
주 대전 말씀인 거죠?
You're talking about the family hierarchy wall, right?
다른 후보들은 이것 하나만을 위해
Yeah, the other candidates have been preparing for this for years, while we have, what, an overnight?
벼락치기 타입이야.
I don't know, I'm procrastinating until the last minute kind of gal, so I'm pretty sure we got a handle a handle on this. She's the type of girl who gets handed homework, so it's get it done by the week, and then the day before she fucking grinds it out and then still fails.
보조리한 상황에서 임무를 수행해야 하는 것은 이번이 처음이야.
This is not the first instance in which we are demanded to work through a task in an unfavorable, inequitable situation.
상관없지 않겠나. 어차피 우리가
What does it matter? Our goal
자리가
isn't to claim the throne for the family hierarchy anyways. A few hours ago. Oh, okay, now we get this. Well, isn't it a relief that our goal isn't to come first place in the family hierarchy war? Does that mean to say that we need to be the first? Yeah, obviously, why would we want a city to become the head of H Corp?
부인을 앉히는 것보다
Would it not provide a much more reliable means of control to plant the individual of this company at the highest seat of a wing, instead of letting an unaffiliated individual assume it?
일이 그렇게 간단하게
There's a lot more going on behind the scenes, guys. Besides, LCB still has much left to do as the LCB. Then would I be right to assume that... Oh, wait.
Then wouldn't I be right in assuming that this is a winner-take-all kind of situation? Do other candidates get something for participating too?
가주 심사에서 10등 안에
Anyone-
든 사람은
Anyone who takes place within the top 10 will gain the right to take one item of their choice. The family treasury, of course. The one who places the highest goes first.
하지만 2등 안에는 들어야 안전하게 저희가 원하는
So we at minimum need to get second, and... Okay, right? So here's the idea. Jishun gets first, we get second. Jishun doesn't grab the golden bar, we get the golden bar. And then that way, Kui doesn't get it, and his other brother, who's the blue, doesn't get it. Hopefully. Hopefully. That is hopefully the outcome, but we'll see. But we're going to have to come in at least second place in order to ensure that we obtain the item we're looking for.
괜히 기분 잡치네.
Now that's a really insult it. Why don't we just shoot for the top anyway?
못 보던 사이에 자신감이 어마어마.
Your confidence seems to have gone through the roof since the last operation together.
별별일 다 겪긴 했지. 우리가
I don't know. I would rather her lead just because she's at least nice to Hong Lu right now.
Well, we did go through a lot of crazy stuff.
그리고 그 홍안의
Anyways, care to guess what's deep inside Hong Yun's gargantuan treasury?
어떤 거죠?
The golden bow.
네?
Right on, buried in the middle of all kinds of other treasures, along with any knowledge of its true value. So Faust, what did Manager sort of share with you as a strategy for the first round?
그러고 보니 파우스트 양에게 넌
I very much
지시
wish to know that as well, for the suggestion
우리에게
of the
말하지는
mutual
않았구려.
understanding seemed to exist exclusively betwixt Miss Faust and Sade.
가주 심사일 찾아낸 내용은 지금까지 후손들이
The first round of Family Hierarchical Evaluation, or FHE, I think I'm just going to call it, tests what the descendants have prepared and brought for the elders of Hyungyan. What the descendants have prepared, huh? So this must be what Jishun's been referring to this whole time. Yes, to be free from aging and death, immortality. Each candidate is to present an answer before the judge and demonstrate their idea of true immortality. Right, so what's the answer of true immortality then? Not even Faust can answer that.
내놓을 수 없는 답입니다.
That's true, it can't be blood fiends. The lake is an option, but obviously it is not true immortality. Yes, Bari did get it and is truly immortal, but there's obviously a downside because that can't be accepted as an answer. It is probably the easier answer compared to the other answers you can say, right? Saying, oh, it's the lake that makes you immortal is the easy way out of this situation, of this whole thing, right? So it's not the lake, or the river, sorry. The immortal river. Which is interesting, because that just implies that that river is not the perfect immortality. Not even Faustus can answer that. Then what are we even doing here? but we may be able to demonstrate a facsimile of immortality, or at least pretend as though we have close to an answer. Given that they are the ones who are seeking the very answer, they will not disqualify us, Honglu to be exact, from the competition.
듯해 보인다면 악착같이
I see they will cling on to whatever clue they can get their hands on, so we'll be using that desperation. Precisely.
암호인가는 제일 높아 보이는 사람도 그 녀석을 많이 아낀다며. 가산점 같은 걸 줄지 어떻게 알아?
Well, the problem with blood fiends is yes, they are immortal, but the downside is them needing blood to exist in the first place. Technically, for a perfect blood fiend, if they could never eat blood, or if they didn't require blood to be immortal, then they would be close to being the perfect immortal. I think actually they might even be the perfect immortal in that situation specifically. But as far as we know in the city, that is literally an undoable task. No one knows how to undo that task. But my thinking is there is an immortality we know of in the story. There's one immortality we know of. Becoming light. Becoming a part of the city itself, it makes you immortal as far as we can tell. Because so long as you live in the city's light or inside the city's mind, you are immortal forever. We already know this thanks to Carmen and Ayan. They exist permanently inside the city. That might be the perfect immortality. Because they still exist and affect the city and can talk to people they know, like Angela, but they just exist forever now as a concept. As far as we can tell, at least. But they can't do anything. Well, you say that, but Carmen does stuff day by day, every single waking second. She goes into everyone who's distorting his ears and go, distort, 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 distort. And then they distort. So, ever since Lobo Corp, ever since she's been absorbed into life, she's been alive, which isn't that long, yes. But I would imagine she's immortal in that position because we have no proof that she's aging up there either. And I wouldn't imagine she would age in a situation where she's basically like some demigod who can affect the city through their minds. So, maybe. Either way.
That important looking old bat Jaimu favors him, doesn't she? Maybe she'll give him bonus points or something.
So that's what we'll be using Honglo for. That is...
Yes, you're right. It is my turn to be used. Whoa, where did you get back?
Honglu nonchalantly chimed into the conversation, having slipped in between us unnoticed. Hey, you're back pretty soon, huh? Unfortunately, what Otis just said could sound quite crass, depending on how you cut it. Oh, you don't have to... Don't mind what she just said.
But why would I mind it? My use is to be the ticket to participating in the Hierarch War. The only option for obtaining the Golden Bow in H-Corp. She didn't say anything wrong.
I mean, that is true. We are using you for the Golden Bow in the first place. Your use.
Well, if you'll be using me, hopefully this will lead to an outcome we can all be happy with.
Verily, such an outcome would be best, yet young Jishun has already exhaled with great gusto out her nostril before turning away from our party when our eyes met.
Well, Jishun.
Young Liu's eyes twinkled briefly as though he was shifting into a dream.
I didn't think it was possible for me to be friends with Zishun again.
비록 지금은
We're back to
다시
not being
원래 상태로
on speaking
되돌아갔지만
terms again, but
잠깐이라도
it was as though
꼭
I'd
어린
gone
시절로
back in
돌아간
time,
것
back to
같았거든요.
when we were both children.
이제는 까마득하고
But we can't go back
다시
to the
오지
past.
않았어.
방금 뭐라고 했어?
What did you say?
지금 제정
Are you drunk or something? Did you just really say that to me? Oh, what a stupid thing of me to ask. You've never been drunk in your life. Your mind's always been so damn clear. None of this matters to you, does it? Even when I get angry at you or when I shout at you like this, none of it gets to you, does it? Just what happened to you that day? How can someone become so...
Zishun, I...
됐어. 마음대로 해.
Forget it, I don't care. Do whatever you want to do. It's my fault for expecting to have at least one normal sibling in this messed up family. That memory hung low. Was wearing a quiet smile even before her hushed anger. But don't you want to be friends with her again?
결국 사람과의 연이란 것도
At the end of all things, those connections between people, they're just moments, ephemeral things.
그러니 저의 뜻이
So what I
어떻든
want doesn't matter.
Asim is so aloof, so detached that it feels as though he's always floating through the clouds. I once thought that was just the kind of guy he was, someone who just happened to be above everything that's happening around us, instead of just another messed up person with messed up problems of their own. But slowly and gradually, I had begun to realize that there was something off about him under the surface. Hungly, about participating in the family hierarchy war, do you really not feel anything about it? Have you completely excluded yourself from it?
네, 그냥
I don't have...
하고 있어요.
I have. It's always the way things worked out, right?
관리자님, 애초에 저자의
Executive Manager, that his... Is it true that his value judgment will not have no tangible influence on this company's direction?
호스트도 동의합니다.
Thus is an agreement, senators do not have the right to refuse their mission.
그건 사실일 테요.
This may be true, yet
그에 따르는
I
마음의
find it unnecessary to
선택까지
turn away and neglect the
무시할
suffering
필요는
conditions
없다고
of
보.
their hearts, stemming from obligation to their missions.
마음의 상태라.
Con
하지만 구태여 마음을
conditions
들여다보기에
of our hearts, but
괴로움이
perhaps
생기는 건
unnecessary.
아닐까요?
Peering into them is how you beget suffering.
그것이 무슨
What manner of...
이곳
Back then, when
대관원에서
I
머물고
lived here in
있었을 때는
Donghua,
제게는
so
수많은
many
선택지가
choices passed before
끊임없이
my
지나쳐가고
eyes.
다른 가문의
Should I
그
kill that
아이를
child
죽여야
who was
하는지,
from a
제가
different family?
살아남아야
Should I even survive? Should I walk
죽어가는
past the
저
dying
아이를
boy?
두고
Or should I stop to help
견뎌야
them?
할지 처음에는
When they
제가
were
무언가 선택해보려
first
했답니다.
presented to me, I tried to make a choice.
하지만
But it
그
didn't take
선택이
long
아무
for me to
의미가
realize
없다는 걸
that
아는
my
것에
choices meant nothing.
그래서 저는
So I
어떤 것도
decided not to choose at all.
택하지 않. 그게 지금의
And
저예요.
that's me, as I am now.
림버스 컴퍼니에
There were
입사하게
so
된 후에
many wonderful things
좋았던
about
점은
joining
수도
the
없이
company,
많지만
but
제가 무언가
I think my
선택하지
favorite
않아도
part
된다는 점이
of the experience was
특히
that I was
좋았던
never
것
given a
같아요.
choice.
조금
That's definitely kind of weird.
분위기가 조용해졌네요.
Oh, looks like things have gone weirdly quiet around here.
사담은 여기까지 하도록 하죠. 해야 할
It's enough discussing private matters. There is much ground for us to cover. Let us begin by discussing our plan for the first round. Next morning. There is still some time for us until we leave.
잘 보이지 않았지만 이 허수아비들은
Yet, maybe the purpose of these scarecrows veiled in nocturnal shadows they were at yesternight.
아, 아직도
Wow, they're still
있었네요.
here.
이곳에 자제들이 거처하는
There are
건물
training
앞에는
courts next to
이런
every
식의
building
연구장이
where
마련되어
children
있어요.
of this place live.
걷고 뛸 나이가 될
Here,
때는
every child
누구나
of
이
walking, running
허수아비들이랑
age
놀곤
all get
한답니다.
to play with these dummies.
놀이라.
Play. Early education is important. Yet how doth one play with these dummies? And it appeareth that this dummy is adorned with a most dashing piece of fashion for its head.
그건 제가 7살 때 처음 받았던 허수아비예요.
Ah, that's the first time I received when I was 7.
그때는
Back then, I
말이죠.
thought even dummies could feel pain when
때리면
struck. Such was blissful illumination of all those who were
처음에는
once
그리
children.
생각했습니다.
그럼 여기에 태어나는 아이들은
So it's like a Digitian kid's born from here to formally learn how to fight?
그건 아니에요.
Oh, not exactly.
우와, 이번에 할머니가 형한테 선물로 주셨다는 게
That's a girl. No. It sounded very feminine, but it could be male too. Whoa, this is what grandmother gives to you, big bro. Yep, I don't know how it works though. Must be a doll or an effigy for a dress up. Or perhaps it could be a doll with some trinkets? Maybe it's got like a guardian spirit that protects your house, big bro, by you. Oh boy. How old are you, motherfucker? Jesus! Fucking Christ! Oh. Oh. How old are you, you fucking hag? What the fuck? Oh boy. Here, let me show you how it's done. Why did you purchase Grandma's gift? Don't you think you're hurting it? Hurt it? Really now? This one thing?
이렇게 자라나야 살아남을 수 있다는 게 더
It's
정확할
more that
거예요.
they have to grow up this way if they want to survive.
생각보다 제대로 된 수목인이군.
This WTD isn't so bad. This wooden training dummy appears to have been designed and crafted with some precise engineering craftsmanship. We still have some time until we depart, so why don't we try using them for a warm-up exercise? I don't want to get all sweaty though. Yeah, it's not like these things will pose any danger. I think we could try them out once just to see how we're doing today. Attention, we have orders from the executive manager. From this moment forth, we will put our all into laying utter ruin into these training dummies. Hey, I didn't even give an order. Oh well, it won't hurt to get our blood pumping now. Before the charge. Order, stop taking command. It's Ishmael's job.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
잘근잘근 씹어버리겠네.
얼얼하지?
벌간이들이 흥겨워하는군. 대체로 저럴 때는 이유가 있는 법입니다. 이유를 잡아 족쳐보시죠.
잘근잘근 씹어버리겠네.
오지 않을까.
패잔병같이 무릎을 꿇고 있을 때인가 13번 수감자. 평소처럼 넉살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
정출할게요.
오지 않을까.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제. 다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요?
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
죄인인가? 가까워진다. 항해의 끝.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
완전히
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
우와, 카름도 깜짝.
직접 알게 합니다.
도움이 되는 걸 걸치고 오셨네요. 이대로 몰아넣으시죠.
So, it's finishing up eating and I just wish it wasn't so busy, man. I wish I could just be, full-time streamer, but I have to like eat dinner and do other stuff. Yeah, kind of sucks, but well, it's just the way it is. Roger, 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 Roger. Radia, Radia.
깨달았나? 내지 않을까?
By the way, I think Heathcliff and Roger, so Heathcliff and Honglu are going to be best friends by the end of this canto. Something tells me that they will be.
가까워진다.
이제 끝내지.
Nice. Don't forget to turn the thing back on. No, I'm good. Go.
완벽한
That's good.
장부를 구성했다고 작은 형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다. 8구의 첨언 놈들은
A training yard.
삶을 깨치기 위함.
More dolls into exposition, probably? Uh-huh. It looks like these are different
저들을 맞이하세.
from the ones we just had.
없는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
Well, that is what I want. Okay.
차 부숴줄 테다.
Jakey. Where's the boy? Jakey. Jakey, Jakey. He's a good boy.
너무 약올리신 것 같아.
Alright, where's used to over there? Let's see you too, Pen. Have a nice rest of your day. Thanks for coming by and giving me some views.
간당 목숨줄만 붙어 있군. 곧 끝장날 수 있을 것 같은. 소감자들로 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지요, 단테. 보자 너.
Ah, Jakey. Oh, you should go. Just go. Use a yo. Use a yo.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
패잔병같이 무릎을 꿇고 있을 때인가 13번 수감자.
Oh right.
처럼 넉살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해
Oh,
보시죠.
she's got another one.
잘근잘근 씹어버리겠네.
I somehow have no ego. Why do I have no ego?
완전 녹아내렸네.
삼켜질 것이오. 기다리시게.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
직접 알게 하느라.
Oh, Jakey.
본인이 방금 보여준 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을.
These dolls aren't anything special.
대성
I mean, this team is doing pretty good. That's good. The only person who's not doing too well is Greg, because he's the one on low, a little bit low on HP most of the time, which is a bit concerning.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
Ow. I'm betting there's gonna be a boss fight after all of these story bets. Wonder how long it's gonna be though.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나
어머니
좋습니까?
잠들.
Nice.
완전히 녹아내렸네.
상쾌하군.
Wow, how refreshing. Ooh, right. Let me pull that up. Whoops. Whoa, I guess morning workouts really do wake you up.
매번 큰일 있기 전에 시비나 걸리고
We're getting so used to getting in tussles before we get to the real meat of the mission that morning feels incomplete without some action.
그래도 유의미한 준비 운동이었다.
Nevertheless, was a meaningful warm-up activity.
그런데 홍루 씨는
So I've been meaning to ask,
가주대전에 참가를 할
why
생각이
did you
없었던
never
건가요?
consider participating in a family hierarchy war before?
다른
It
형제자매분들은
seems to me that all of your other
오래전부터
siblings
기다려왔던 것 같아서요.
have been waiting and training all their lives for this event.
단순해요.
It is simple.
가주가 되고 싶다고
Because I never
생각한
once
적은
thought I wanted to
한
be
번도 없었습니다.
family hierarch.
정말로 다행이지 않니?
Is it not truly for most fortunate?
물고 태어난
Had you not been born with the jade, my son, you would have had to toil all your life preparing for the family hierarchy war, like your other siblings do.
너는 그런 것에
You needn't waste your strength on those things to win the favor of elders and Jamu, venerated it be their blessings. Simply witness as much as the world as it has to offer. Jade of our family, my precious son, Bayu. More memories? What's wrong, you're saying? You seem kind of distraught.
파우스트 양이 일컬어 주었던 계획
It
말이요.
is to do with the plane Miss Faust had explained to us last night. Not plan.
사실
I found the
그리
plan rather
탐탁지가 않소.
detestable.
저도요.
Me too.
홍루 씨가
But,
괜찮다고 하셨으니까.
You said you're okay with it, so
그런데 그걸 계획이라고
Can we
부를 수가
even call it a plan if we're being honest here?
운동의 지침과 기대 목표가 있어. 계획이라는 정의는
it
들어가.
matches the definition of a plan, given that it illustrates certain instructions to be followed for the purpose of achieving a defined goal.
그리고 가주대전에 두 번째 기대라는 건
And please remember that there are no second chances in the family hierarchy war. One shot, and we're going to get it.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고. 작은 형님께서 자라와는
To be free again from aging and death.
첨언 놈들은 운 좋은 거라고.
This is a book section.
꽤 귀한 거거든.
호흡트라님 외 12인 철벽당 입성하십니다.
Oh wow! He was able to mod it in? What the fuck? That's crazy. That is actually insane. Hang on, I'm gonna post this. Some 2D spine to Lobo. This is fucking epic. This is fucking epic. I'll bookmark that. That is crazy though. Holy fuck. Alright. So, being distracted. Young Master Bayu and his 12 companions arriving at Tub Itang, elevated Virescent Jade Hall. We entered a hall where the first round was to be held. As always, the servant by the gate announced our arrival with the resounding hola we'd grown to expect. A reunion stadium, I see. We have many eyes on us, executive manager. I'd love to see the audience seats, which were brimming with people. We were divided into stair-like terraces. On the platform at the opposite end of the hall, 3 shadows of chairs could be seen cast on the obscuring curtain fabric. As for us, we followed the attendant's guidance and stood next to the other participants at the circular area in the center. So are there evaluations happening past those curtains?
Are you?
See someone you recognize?
아니요, 괜찮아요, 단테님.
No, it's nothing, Dante.
다시 만나도
Even if we were to meet again, we don't really have anything to talk about. Anyways,
인연이 있다면
maybe we'll have another chance later if fate wills it.
시작하나 보네요.
Oh, hey, I think it's finally getting started. Oh, yeah. The curtain slides open, and an old woman we saw from yesterday's banquet walked out onto the platform. Many scores ago, I ascended to the seat of Yainu with a stroke of fortune, yet a lifetime has passed since I assumed this great responsibility. Such as it is, I seek to abdicate and walk the path of mountains and streams as the river does. With that, the seat voided, the responsibility seeks the one with the qualities of the family hierarchy to fill it. Thus, here at Donghuan, I collective upheld by pillars of 4 great houses of Zhai, Wei, Wang, and Shi, we once again ask you the perennial question: have you brought us aught to prove that the answer indeed exists? Who is that woman next to her?
제 첫째 누나인 원춘 누나.
Ooh.
Ah, she's my oldest sister, Big Sis Yuan Shun.
큐사에 아주
She
높으신
married a very
분들을
important person in QCOP.
큐사에서
I spent most of her time there.
하셨나 보네요.
Looks like she's visiting for the event.
Oh, so that's why they have cute corpse shit, because she's married into it. That makes sense.
다른 둥지에 머물고 있던
Though I have resided long in a foreign nest, I have now returned fleetingly to share the love with my flesh and blood, to fulfill my duties as observed by the order of filial piety. She said the words, she said the thing. Though I have resided long love with flesh and blood to fulfill the duties of my as observed by the order of filial piety. I return that the truth shall be observed to the best of our abilities. Some of you may have walked a laid path gentle to your feet, yet some of you may have struggled, though, through an unladen brutal path of cragged mountains and 1,000 faults to find your answer. Yet regardless of the severity of your suffering, all of you equally have but one opportunity for the first round. Even still, you were all once prospective heirs of the great house. Even your failures shall bring power and prosperity to Dongyuan. Now, come forth in the order you are summoned and demonstrate the invaluable answers to the question of the 3 freedoms. One from aging, one from death, and one from brevity of life. If the nature of your answer be demonstrable, present ironclad proof. There's not, and the sky not, let fresh youth be unending and eternal. After respective speeches, Jia Yachun and Jia Mu disappeared behind the curtains atop the platform. First candidate. And it seems that Hong's father assumed the role of the host for the first round. Ren of the Wang family. Nerd. Wang Ren, the first to be summoned, walked up to the platform. Behind him was a faction who were dragging someone by a rope toward the platform. That's a blood fiend. Hurry up, foolish thing. What? Who are they dragging up to the stage? No, it is. They clearly don't want to be there. The Kunzana? No. To be free from aging and death. Oh. To be free from aging and death, huh? I suppose every wing dreams of escaping and rising beyond the bloody they were born with. Rich Corp's pursuit of immortality probably isn't special in that regard. He has brought a blood bag. Oh yeah, I knew it. That's when we were finally able to recognize who the candidate dragged up to the stage. The eyes unfocused and red, mouth sticks with drooling dribble down the mouth guard, meaningless smiling. That is a mindless blood bag. How does a blood fiend become an answer to immortality? In layman's eyes, blood fiends may appear to be truly have truly attained freedom of aging. However, as we are now all aware, blood fiends can grow old and weak after a prolonged period of blood deprivation. Thus, it is unlikely the answer that to provide the answer they seek. As the struggle, the blood bag was dragged kicking and growling past the curtains atop the platform. That creature is a favorite blood fiend, then. But that'll do the job. Blood fiends would indeed be quite the esoteric knowledge, but to the judges of this contest, I doubt they're anything more than lukewarm trivia. That one kid must have been pretty desperate, huh? He's either lazy as balls, or that boy ain't right in the upstairs. It appears the knowledge of blood fiends is certainly common amongst this ilk. Indeed, blood fiends are present in every nest. 'Tis little surprise that those privy to arcane knowledge are well aware of their existence. I mean, yeah. After a brief moment that lasted less than a minute, Wang Ren and his faction emerged from behind the curtains and descended from the platform. Wang Ren, candidate of the family hierarchy of Vantage, stand upon your podium and await your judgment. Then they ascended the round podium behind the platform as ordered. Thus announcing Wang Ren's result for the round 1 of the family hierarchical evaluations. Elimination. Yep, thought so. No. Listen, all they need is blood. As long as you supply them with enough blood, they will be eternal and everlasting. Venerable Jia Mu, please. Nay, what awaits them is not eternity at all. Verily, I know that not the shape of this true immortality. The evolution seeketh to attain it. The longevity of a blood fiend shackled by blood and endless suffering is unlikely to be one. What? But those damn hunters told me they still retain all of their memories. To become a blood fiend is to surrender all the desires and emotions that exist within thy being for a single hunger for blood, and only blood. Perhaps that is an acceptable condition for those who expect nothing but fathomless torment for the rest of their lives. Yet for those who, with much to lose, with much in life they cling on to, as those present seem to, the fate of blood fiend is no freedom from aging and death. 'Tis but a sanguine shackle to enslave their minds. A member of Bayou's faction has given an excellent reply. No further elaboration is necessary. And you have failed to bring us a high kindred little. We got one right here. We just can't show you it because of reasons. This creature is but a miserable blood bag. I cannot even well commend your efforts. Here, Ren of Wang family, I have spoken, and mercifully given you the full explanation of your mistake. A privilege that failed candidates do not deserve. Let this be the final blessing of your life. Mwah! And he's dead. The podium suddenly opens under their feet, casting Wang Ring and the blood bag to its depths with a blood-curdling screech. So what happens when you fail to pass? That was just a dramatic effect, right? There's gotta be like a side path leading back upstairs, right? Of course not. Can't you smell the stench of festering pain rising like heat from the depths? Ryoshi, you've been honing your sense of humor, huh? There are some pretty nasty jokes though. Where does that hole lead, judging by the time between the drop and the sound of the fall? I presume it goes quite far down. It's to guarantee a kill.
It probably leads to the place with lots of old family secrets. Oh, not treasures, of course. Not trying to figure that out might get you a visit from Aishu, probably.
They went all out with the theatrics, huh?
Yeah, we could be very well be the ones screaming and falling down the hole later.
The next candidate was summoned before we were even able to shackle off the initial shock. Second candidate was from the Jouet family. We sat through a few more names and subsequent failures. We couldn't hear what exactly they were talking about beyond the curtains, and unlike the very loud and obvious blood bag, the answers other candidates brought were less obvious, so all we had to go on were the shadows of their desperate attempts to explain things before the judges. Another one? Hang on.
Another one?
BAH, it means boring as hell. The longer we watch the death toll rises, the less shocking they become.
Are they planning to fail everyone?
Bao Chai of the Zhu family. Oh, looks like look, we know her. She was technically our competition, but it seems that she managed to give the sinners quite the positive impression with yesterday's brief encounter. Some of them were even cheering her on. We couldn't exactly see what it was that Xiao Bai brought, but she was also holding something as she entered past the curtains. Bao Chai of the Zhou family. After her brief meeting with the judges, which, going by the shadows cast on the curtain, appeared to have gone better than we expected, she emerged. As soon as she did, Bao Chai immediately turned in our direction, at Hong to be exact. Wow, by you were watching me. And began slightly waving her hand. She passes. The podium beneath her remains shut.
Passing connection, it may have been, yet I ill wish to see a familiar face be claimed by the abyss. Thus I am glad.
Ah, 17 is Xiaixun of the Jia family.
It's Xiaixun's turn.
She slowly ascends the platform unaccompanied. She held her hands a tightly sealed gold bottle. What?
Looks like she found it.
Huh? Impossible. She reached Lethe? The possibility that she actually reached there in person is infinitely minuscule. There is an infinitesimal statistically probability that she could have reached the river, yet not even Faust can conceive how someone of their capabilities could reach the fountainhead of one of the deepest fathoms. This becomes even more impossible when considering the relatively short passage of time since then and now. It can't be that. I doubt it. A more likely explanation might be that she attained the waters by collecting its dew or a portion of what has seeped out. Alas, that river's water serveth only to put to slumber one's memories. Pray, doth it truly hold a link to the immortality they seek? Yes, it is likely closely connected to the immortality of the mind they pursue. As there are but an extremely small number of people privy to knowledge of the rivers, if the contents of that bottle are genuine, Faust expects her to pass. Jishun of the Jia family passes. You have brought before us a peerless treasure. It must have taken unparalleled efforts to obtain us. given the meager size of your clan. Thank you, big sister Yu-chan. As far as expected, all three judges appeared quite satisfied by what Xiaoxun brought before them. Interesting. So it's the memory wiping water, and I guess that still technically counts. N-Corp. Okay. Let me intrigued. I'm intrigued. I am very intrigued. What is going on? Hang on. That's a word. That's a word I wasn't expecting. Next, 18th candidate.
대체 몇 명이나 있는 거야 이 집안 사람?
Bloody hell, just how many people are out there in this household?
Yuan. Ow. What? What? Fell bullet? What is that one? That one's not one we've seen before. No. That. The golden one. The golden one. What's it called? The bleed golden one. The grip and hands. That one. I'm forgetting its name right now. Fuck. What is it? What is it? What is it? It's the blood one that has the golden shit. No, because we've seen the design before with Ryoshu, so it's not that one. Huh. Okay, never mind. I forgot about Ryoshu and her ego shows it. Okay, never mind. We all fell silent, hearing a familiar name.
Bastard.
I could feel some sinners were growing tense, some of them even gritting their teeth. And the other man, following closely Yuan, holding what looked like an egg of an abnormality, was also a familiar face. I'd seen him many times in Yunsang's memories. Dante, are you seeing what they are wearing?
Ego gears.
It can be speculated that they have either developed their own method of extraction or have scavenged from Lobotomy Corp.
Gubo carries what appears to be an egg of an abnormality. Are they planning to just offer them an abnormality egg?
How is that an answer to any... Not this shit again! Fucking Reverb tried to do this! Fucking Aeon's one thing tried to do this! It's because abnormalities are immortal, infinitely intent. Like, you just cannot kill them as a thing. It just cannot happen. The only time it's happened was with Carmen, but that was kind of an exception. Kinda. Well, there is room for interpretation. So, some may present a reasonably argued interpretation that abnormalities are entities that neighbor immortality. Yes, that's what I'm saying. So, the linchpin of their success hinges on which abnormality's egg that ends up being.
If it's Big Brother Johan, I know. He's never going to risk his life for something he thinks will fail.
Yuan and Jia family passes the first evaluation. Contrary to most of our wishes, Johan managed to pass the first round as well. Many more candidates came and went. One of them carried a massive, mysterious coffin. One of them brought a thick book, and one of them presented a cage so tiny that we couldn't see what was in it. Some of them managed to pass, while some of them were sent screaming into the mysterious abyss. As we waited and watched the candidates come and go, people from N-Corp, their turn completed, approaches us.
Yet early it is for Twilight Aura, thus early too is this meaning of ours.
As if to prove his own words back at the LCE that he's come to accept certain things as they are, Yusan coldly regarded his old friend who was now working for N-Corp. You must find this small and barren sprite of yours quite endurable. I have not yet seen you just as you do now since the league fell.
For what do For what do you now approach me? The rift is too great betwixt us to chat on with any affection to speak of.
Do not mistake my intent, for it wasn't I who desired to approach you. My teammate simply wished to... Oh, look at his brother's face. I thought I might as well see how you are faring.
Looks like everyone's coming back to Jiangyan now. That the family hierarchy was started, brother. This is our first time meeting since then, right?
If it isn't a adulterous fool who has his eyes but knows not how to see, I know you well enough. You'd normally turn people with aversion upon hearing even a brief mention of the word hierarch, so why are you here? Who are you and your stinking garage working for this time? Is it this Yuri girl, blinded by your looks to revolting rot within? Or is it Yishun, who defends you and your meaninglessness for profound spiel, believed in her belief that you're still the same boy from her childhood? Why did you save him? Now let me ask you a different question. Why did you save her, and only her, Jai Bayu? Brother, humans die. It's what they're born to do. The next candidate will be judged soon. Candidates must return to their seats. You're a servant. You're barely even a living thing. Let's return. This discourse will not bear any fruit. What's this? A reunion party?
Sounds like things. That's just how things. Those shameless bastards. It's obvious they're here to nick our things again.
Maybe, but something about them feels different today. Whichever's the case, the safer option would be to place higher than them.
Another fail falls. His family has to be watching this, right? I wonder if they'll be okay.
Sinclair mutters, which another candidate falls down the trapdoor.
I can't imagine how anyone would be able to watch. Okay, watching their own fall like that. Sinclair, the people sitting behind us. They're his parents, the guy who just fell.
We raised that failure as our own son? What a pathetic disappointment. Don't worry, I have faith in our third child. I mean, it's not like we're expecting anything from this one, right?
Now I see what it means to dedicate your life to becoming the family hierarch. Many people desperately vie for the seat of family hierarch. Of course, some of them, like his parents, hope to have their friend or a close blood relative become the family hierarch instead.
So they seek to seize a lifetime worth of riches, power, and recognition by planting someone they can control in the family hierarch seed, without becoming one themselves. That kind's got a low shelf life.
Looks like I finally get to know how my long-lost siblings are doing, thanks to this unforeseen opportunity.
Hand of the Zhu family? Hi! You do not have a normal hand. You are distorted. Probably. Japan, have we heard that name before?
Ah, he's Big Sis Bao Chai's older brother.
Zhao Pan walked up to the platform holding what appeared to be a large jar with multiple talismans plastered over it. Is it just me, or does this guy look like he's totally up to something? Let's be honest, who here doesn't?
Yeah, but that sort's different. He's...
Instead of ascending to the platform and into the curtains, he walked up to the podium.
Mate, it looks to me he's completely lost the plot.
Candidate Japan, you will ascend to the platform and enter the curtain threshold. Where's the fun in walking down the straightforward road? It's only right that something so precious and entertaining should be shared with everyone, wouldn't you agree? He places the jar on the ground, and from within, the Senate hand emerged. Pathetic sorcery trickery. Ryushi muttered with palpable distaste. Why is he... What the heck is that? Corpses, their desiccated flesh covered in a light, sparse layer of old papers crawled out of the jar and began to shamble. They're neither distortion nor abnormalities. Their behavior reminds me of blood bags or sub-entities enslaved by abnormalities. Any semblance of consciousness has been stripped from them. They'll attack me indiscriminately. But it seems that they're just as intent on maiming and killing whoever they can get their claws on. Executive manager, we must prepare for battle. Your orders? Yeah. The jar monster set upon the audience, stuffing and struggling, still breathing victims into their jars.
Why aren't the organizers doing anything? This is an event hosted by Wing, isn't it? Because there isn't a rule in the family hierarchy war that permits bringing harm to other people. So they're just gonna sit back and twiddle their thumbs because no one specifically told them to step in? Ah, what the hell?
어떻게 해야 해? 우리가 나서야 해?
What do we do now? Should we step in?
We should probably survive and ensure our safe participation in the family hierarchy war.
이게 뭐야?
What the hell are these? Get away from me! As the monster began to swarm in, some candidates scattered and ran away, while some stood their ground and fought back. Those who did neither were the ones getting sorted. I was simultaneously reminded of Sode and the confident smile she flashed at me as she reassured us that we should be able to pass the first round with little to no trouble. Looks like we have no choice but to take them down. Because we're gonna show them the clock. But to be fair, I don't know if that counts. What are these guys? Talisman Jar Monster. Interesting. Oh, hang on. Oh yes, they are Rupture. Oh. Yuck, okay, that's kind of disgusting. Of an effect. So the less HP they have, the more they roll. Which is interesting.
또 3번 수감자가 헛짓이라도 했나 보군.
정출할게요.
Oh, they have poison? Fuck. That's kind of concerning a little.
늘어졌네 저거.
다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요?
멀미봉투는 좌석 밑에 있어. 내피한테 토하지 마.
죄인인가?
Nice.
우와, 하름도 깜짝. 잘근잘근 씹어버리겠네.
해야 할 것도.
Dirty at the clock, fucking hell.
얼얼하지?
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다.
다시 복구하다는 괴롭지.
I'm probably nowhere near the end too.
해장경같이 무릎을 꿇고 있을 때인가 13번 수감자. 평소처럼 넉살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시죠.
잘근잘근 씹어버리겠네. 대성공룡, 다른 신나. 노래 부를까?
그건 경험이 쓸모가 없지.
Depending on what abnormality these guys come from would be a really good negative ID, or even like just a general rupture ID. So that'd be interesting.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
직접 알게 하느라.
Ow. Nice.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요. 무지하니까. 저들도 내가 물을 싫어하듯 극도로 기피하는 것이 있었군. 입 밖으로 꺼내는 것도 조금 매스건데.
Ow. Ow.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나.
I wonder if aggro is not proccing because all of them got aggro in some way, shape, or form. And so, like, there's no point in proccing it because all of them are gonna have aggro anyways.
자근형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다.
The thumb.
8구의 첨원 놈들은
The thumb. What are these gun guys doing here?
작은 그어서 되갚아 보죠.
Bang, bang, bang.
자, 동료들이여, 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
차 부숴줄 테다. 자.
무엇 잘못했는지 아는 것부터 시작이랬어.
또 3번 수감자가 헛짓이라도 했나 보군. 보잖아.
무지하니까. 왜 자꾸 이상한
Seems like I'm not having to really think about this too much. Not too much difficulty in this fight. I haven't needed to read the mechanics yet, so we'll see if I need to read mechanics eventually.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
지긋지긋한
Someone staggered.
하나 끝났네요.
Yeah, that'll have to do. Nice, that's done.
감동적이지 않을 수 없는 해결사는 이런 구조였지. 어둠자.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
Let's hope that works. Some bad rolls. With no reason. Ow.
어버이의 그 유치한 말투도 도움이 될 때가 있네요. 화가 나서 제대로 된 판단이 안 서는 모양입니다.
Not just stunned.
고통스러운 법. 필요.
Oh, that's not good. Gregor's dead.
좋아. 장소에서 삭제.
Ow.
어디 잘 옮겨둘 테니까 빨리 재생하고 돌아오십시오. 이대로 모험을 끝낼 순 없지 않습니까?
간식인가?
Oh, she's only got one? She's gonna struggle again. That's annoying, but we'll see if it's needed.
직접 알게 합니다.
Oh, okay, they have a suicide mode. That's good to know.
그저 할머니 모든 피를 그래 그렇게 생활이 피어나고
Wow, really bad.
피어나라.
Really bad rolls.
골치 아픈 것들이 고깃 조각이 되었군요.
적출할게요.
나쁘지 않은
대성
Nice.
장부에서
다른 신나.
Nice and easy. I'm hoping I can get this first part done by tonight, we'll see. We remained inside the hall after the battle, but the battle was devastating. Many in the audience seats had fled, as the seat that were once brimming with people were only half filled. And the other candidate zone down here was littered with bodies of candidates who were more to death. Meanwhile, the jar monsters, having eaten their fill, had already crawled back into the jar. I looked around and saw some candidates still holding tightly onto the treasures they each had brought to the contest, even as they drew their last breaths. In the midst of all this destruction stood the cause of the chaos, watching the slaughter play out with assured confidence. How will you attain freedom from aging? How will you argue freedom for death when mind so dull and body so frail? What say you judges? The present before you not only the clue to immortality, but also treasure that brings ruin to those who would dare to deceive you. Here is my answer to the paternal question. You brought us the clay of the jar. It can be said that those who fail to survive this do not qualify as family hierarchy candidates, yes? Pen of Zhu family passes.
He gets the pass when he almost got everyone killed?
저들의 기준에는
부합되었던 것일 테죠.
All that matters is that what he has brought meets their standards. Looks like he managed to get two birds in with one stone. He eliminated the distracting rabble from the competition.
그라도 2차전에서 만나게 되면
If we ever run into that bastard in round 2, you better let me take more than a few swings at him.
28 candidates. She goes in from the Shi family? But no one walked up to the platform. As he has failed to appear, he is eliminated by default. Judging called a few more names thereafter, but 29th candidate, 13th candidate, a number of candidates has clearly been called, and no one appeared. Disappointingly, MB.
Yeah, all the Miyoka bunch got wiped out from that attack.
In all the lefters are exhausted. Ryoshi looked around as though she was doing some sort of critique. Huh? That log? Okay. Ryoshi knows him? That motherfucker. I'll be. Thought you'd gone and vanished into Earth. What the hell are you doing crawling around here, out here? Girl, I saw you giving me the evil eye. At least have the decency to say hi, eh? Yoshu, that guy is talking to you, right? And in a very, very rare display of raw emotion, I realized that she was anxious and furious.
Oh, do you know him? What an absolute unit. Bloke's got to be at least 2 meters tall. Fuck. Jesus Christ.
사자를 바라보지 마세요.
Do not look at that man, Dante, and everyone avert your eyes as well.
말씀도 하지
It is strongly recommended that we do not say a word to him. That's right, you shrimps. You gotta first rack them teeny bit brains of yours. Gotta think real hard about whether you even come close to my rank before you run in your mouth, you hear? That shithead Lee Hyun. He's a finger.
엄지는
The thumb is a syndicate with the strictest adherence to rigid hierarchical structure, even among the fingers. And his placement in the hierarchy is the highest, even among the capos. His rank is immediately beneath the position of Soto Capo, or underboss. What?
자그마한 실수가
A small mistake could drag us into a battle we do not want to fight. Please order everyone to not say a word, Dante. I don't know what's going on, but I get it. You're saying that we're this close to having another Ricardo hunting us down, right? Yeah, let's avoid that. Do as fast as, everyone. Li Hang began stomping his way through the crowd towards us, casually but forcefully shoving anyone in his way to his sides. His gait was blasé and brutish, but I noticed that his eyes were fixed intently on Ryosho. It seemed that among the crowd were some people in higher positions as well, but even they either averted their eyes or voluntarily got out of his way. He marched confidently through the frozen crowds as though he was unfamiliar with this kind of reception. Until a cry rang out from the crowd. You there, you big brute! How dare you block the Master Nonyang Zizhan's view? I'll have you know that. Instead of reply, we heard a blast of gunpowder, then saw the right arm of the man who spoke out catapult into the air. The scream muffled as Li Hying forcibly shoved his giant hand down the man's throat. Then, with the sound of wet meat being pulled apart, he ripped the entire length of the man's tongue out through the mouth. That's hard. Oh my god. You're Master Nyan Jihin, aren't you? You owe me an arm now. I'm mighty sorry, but you shouldn't keep a tight leash on your own boy's jabbering. Shorin. Young master of some prestigious house presented his right hand. Though it was clear that he was utterly terrified, Li Hying proceeded to grab his hand and break off his forearm like snapping a twig. One easy on ya, boy. Seeing a friendly face put me in a good mood. Hey, anywho, I don't reckon you missed the spider house, eh? Can't imagine why anyone would give me the heebie-jeebies too. Whenever I gotta swing by. We got some chatting up to do later. I'll teach you how to hold your sword real good, right? Like back then. Weren't mine the best of them all? I thought I taught you how to make every cut real freaking delicious. Yoshi, now is not yet the time. Fast whispered to Ryoshi in a low voice without raising her head. Should have for a damn second.
전의 약속을
Just trust that you still remember the promise you made prior to your deployment. Get that stick out of your behind, kiddo. I ain't here to pick you up. I'm sure as hell ain't trying to teach you a lesson either, like back then. Back when. So she's a thumb. Your baby's still at the house, ain't that right? Ryoshi was grabbing the hilt of her sword like she was about to unsheath it. The same sword she refused to unsheath for the duration of her entire journey. Huh, am I wrong about that? Just what in tarnation happened then? I ain't exactly nose deep in them fellas' business. You gotta understand, guess something sure as hell went down though, didn't it? Yeah, nah, ain't that something? So you're really fixing to unsheath that blade. Miss Ryoshu. In a quiet, coldly stern voice, Faust calls Ryoshu's name. Ryoshu? Oh, dang it. What in the gosh dang hell? My bad, y'all. I really gotta take this. It's the underboss calling. You all gotta understand. Alrighty then, I'll meet you later. We can talk about your daddies or shoot some other shit. See you around, Yoshihide. Yoshihide. Ooh, okay. Fucking goddammit, that's so funny. The strange man turns around and stomps his way through the crowd again, his booming voice reverberating across the entire hall as he loudly boastfully answers the call. He's gotta be here for the family hierarchy war, right? The outcome of the family hierarchy evaluation determines the immediately foreseeable future of H Corp, which brings parties of varying possibilities clashing interests here. Hey Heathcliff, notice you didn't rush ahead this time. I was worried it was going to be like the time with the middle. I know a thing or two about the thumb back from my syndicate days. And about what happens in the middle, like I said, I don't blame you who's those things belong to. Besides, that's sod. More is more powerful than and violent than Ricardo, an individual who we had encountered in the past. The thumb commands its own manner of terror and violence, unlike that of the middle. As we were all sharing our impressions of Li Ying, I found Ryoshu frozen in place, in the same position she had been in when Li Ying walked past her, spacing out. All the way to the pinky, huh? Ryoshu muttered something to herself, as even further chaos was about to overtake the crowd and the candidates. Jacqui? Jia Zheng called upon the next candidate, and at the mere mention of his name, the chaos that had swallowed the whole immediately settled into a hushed silence. Who are you? PT. That she's 100% tied to PT. Whoever that lady is on the right. Faust? Hang on. Weird. Okay. Jackie walked up to the platform. Unaccompanied by his own faction, but not alone. Who are those people next to Jacques? I've never met them before. Oh, then that must mean that their big brother Jacques' answers to immortality. Who could they possibly be? Neither of them appear to be particularly skilled in combat. Yeah, they're both constantly looking around, like they're nervous. They are. Faust believes that they are the survivors of the... What? Hang on. Fuck, I can't go back. Okay, hang on. Does she look familiar? The one on the right looks kind of familiar, but it's not purple tear. That's 100% true. The one on the left, though... What could this mean? Why would that matter to the library? Survivors? The only ones who survived the impossible, inevitable odds, and and the insurmountable force.
유일하게 살아남아
They're the only survivors who are maybe able to explain the very force possibly.
2차 심사 참가자.
Yakui didn't spend much time behind the curtains. He walked out soon after, his steely expression unchanged from when he entered. The testimony rings true. They are both survivors of the place that soared beyond a star of the city before it vanished. It is a shame that we were unable to procure ourselves an invitation then. He passes. Yakui's expression did not bulge.
걸 하긴 했을까?
Anxiety's got to be a foreign concept to that guy. Then that covers all candidates, it seems, with the first round complete.
Excuse me.
Unlike Jacques, whose appearance plunged the hall into utter stillness, Honglu's sudden interjection roused the room to roaring chaos and of confusion once again. Bao Yu, what?
아직 마지막 참가자가 남은 것 같아서요.
I think you missed the candidate.
그게 무슨 말이냐?
응.
심사에 나서는 자들의 내역은 이거.
What do you mean? I believe we have covered every candidate person in the list.
맞거든요.
You missed me.
다시 가문의
Jia
보호기
Baiyu of the Jia family
가주 심사에
will take part
참가합니다.
in the family hierarchy evaluation.
They survived the library,
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고.
but we never saw them in story, so
자원을 몇 개 주셨다.
how could they survive?
첨언 놈들은 운 좋은
Could they have gone there afterwards?
귀한
After it was teleported and survived it there? Because I doubt we would have let anyone go. Because we killed like literally everyone we came across, so that's very odd. Isn't that Jai Bayu? What's he doing here? And what did he just say?
상은하고 있었지.
I had a feeling this was gonna happen, but we really kicked the hornet's nest, huh? Arc 1 and all, and gaze upon the glory. In 11th hour, the final band of heroes arrives.
Yes, and don't pretend you're not with us, huh? At least give the audience a wave.
I don't think they're taking the announcement too well.
A large portion of the audience is vociferously expressing their collective confusion, wrath, and concern. These emotions are expressed by their jaws that have opened past a certain degree.
As Marcel observed, I realized that the chaos wasn't restricted to the audience. The candidates were starting to get agitated too. And there he is, the disgusting, duplicitous bastard who brings annihilation to everyone around him with that silly, innocent smile. Huh? What's going on? I thought Bayu wasn't participating in the Hierarch War. That dumbass. Sick. Explain yourself now.
아까 가만에서 소드 씨가
Miss Saudi told me to grab your shoulders onto your sword, like my life depended on it, if you said that exact phrase. Blimey. Can't we just...
히스클리프 씨도요.
She measured you too, Heathcliff. She told me that if you ever said something, like, can't we just give him a good beating and we're done with it?
이런
What a
광경은
throwback.
오랜만이.
Decorum.
Decorum, I demand decorum. I hope you do not mean to risk having your body marred. Withdraw your name. It isn't too late now.
For whom?
가볼게요.
I'm heading in, Father.
33번째 참가자 앞으로.
Come forth.
준비되셨죠?
Dante?
I don't know.
And
로슈 씨도요?
what about Ryoshu?
뭐든지 썰고 싶다. 기분이 굉장히
Need to vent this shitty feeling.
로슈 씨 진짜 괜찮.
Are you sure that they're going to be okay, Faust?
괜찮은 것이 아니라 하더라도 해야 하는 것은
This is something that must be done regardless of the soundness of its participants. Fast spoke sincerely.
여전히 이 계획이
I still quite detest this pain.
사실 누구도 이 계획을
Let's be honest for a sec. Are any of us actually happy to go through with this? Okay, I guess there's the one. What is she going to do? Hongli, Ryoshu, and I walked up to the platform. Up close, it was much larger, grander, and more imposing than I thought it'd be.
어서 들어오거라.
To the fabric threshold. Once we walked past the curtains, as instructed, we saw Jia Shun, Jai Mu, and Jia Zheng waiting for us inside. I knew not what in your life beyond the hedges could have wrought this change of heart, but to see you aspire to the seat of hierarchy is indeed the sight most curious.
It has been a while, big sister. Has the life in Q Corp been treating you well?
많은 것을 보고 배웠지.
I have seen and learned much, as you must have, Bayou. Now I see your true reason for returning home today.
I'm sorry, grandmother. I thought better than to let this be common knowledge.
그렇느냐?
So you did. Now that you have revealed your intent, withdrawal is no longer an option. Very well, now present the answer that you brought here today.
I am sure you already sat through many people standing in the same place I am now, explaining to you what it is what it was that they'd brought. So I suppose you would much prefer that I give you a straightforward visual demonstration than make you sit through another 1,000-word lecture. Honglu
gave Ryosho a nod.
Yes, I'm okay.
저희가 그들에게 보여줄 수 있는 답은
Our answer that we may be able to demonstrate before them is resurrection via Dante's power to show them that to us death is but a temporary setback. And most dramatic demonstration of that ability would be to She didn't even hold back. Oh my fucking god. Oh, she didn't even fucking give a second thought to that. She didn't even think to hold back. She was like, nah, I'm doing this. She was, Indeed, you certainly demonstrated something. You were truly the least scary part of today, Bayou.
I see the most effective way to do it would be for me to get killed in front of them, without any room for ambiguity at that.
그렇습니다.
Yes.
Then, does that mean that one of us has to make sure that Honglu no longer lives? Oi, no need to beat around the bush. Remember what we did to each other when we first met? Then Heathcliff is the implication that you are still willing to murder Honglu without hesitation? Murder? Mate, do you really have to put it like that?
더 이상 악인들이 아닌 동료들.
Really, I do not wish to hurt any good companions more than I already have. It may be a stretch to say that it is fortunate, however. We seem to have an individual among us who may be able to carry out the task most painless, swift, and unburdened manner. And everyone immediately turned to look at, oh, so how would you like it to be cut? Where's that fucker Li Hyang? Who's he working with? It seemed that slicing Honglu in half did nothing to distract Ryoshi from her own thoughts. Jia Mu watched us in silence, motionless in her seat. You have split his brain in half. You have irreversibly ended this child's life. Not even life insurance shall be able to bring him back now. But you... Well then, what will you do now? You have no means to restore the jade of our family for your transgression. You will. Clock spin it. And so it turned in one of the most high intensity situations I'd ever turned it. The muscle fibers, the nerves, the flesh that was split all began to reconnect like a rewinding videotape. Wait, why doesn't this hurt at all? Ryoshi's skill with the sword was no joke. I didn't even feel the slightest bit of discomfort. It was so clean that it was like, oh god. I doubt Honglu even realized that he was dying. But yeah, I truly realized that it has been a while since we met. He has grown quite bold. I smell beasts. Dark shadows had appeared outside the curtain, surrounding us before I realized what was happening. Bull, rooster, dragon, monkey, the Hyosho are here. The task was to find the answer to freedom from aging death, not to break a taboo and participate in the destruction of our home. It was It has not been long since the family that once led H-Corp was brought to ruin. No arbiter nor claw shall ravage a family of Hyungyun again. Jia Yuhyun appeared ready to command the Hyosho to kill us all, but Jiamu silenced her with a wave of her hand. You will wait. Venerable Jiamu? Once the resurrection is complete, the head will... You must end this before they... Hold for one moment. To be rash in judgment is to judge incompletely. I wish not to lose either or treasure and a clue to immortality. And Hongru was whole again. Ah. Oh.
Ah, thank you, Ryoshu. It really didn't hurt at all. And you too, Dante. Grandmother, big sis, Yushun. Do you see that? This is the immortality I found.
Are we safe? If aught be owned, a swift vengeance shall arrive in time. It is simply yet to return. Jamie's quiet utterance seems to dissipate the forces that had surrounded us outside the curtains. Judged by you in the first round of family hierarchical evaluations, you pass. That was scary. Fuck. Holy shit. Jesus. What trickery is this? I thought he was off on some sightseeing tour away from Yongyun, like a jobless rich kid, when he even managed to find his own answer? Thus ends the first round. Those who pass must prepare for the second round, set to commence tomorrow. Remember, the candidates are barred from harming one another between now and the second round of evaluations. This is your one and only rule, thus remember it well. Anyone who dares break it shall immediately be disqualified. That is all. As soon as Zhao Zheng announced the end of the first round, everyone in the audience began rushing towards the first floor. Getting mixed up with that crowd's probably not a great idea. Let's get out of here. Indeed, let us immediately return to Honglu's room. We'll just let us slip out of here before the curious crowd swept us away. However, as we turned around to leave, stood Jacques Hui in our path.
지우 형님이시군요. 1차 대전에 합격한 걸 축하드려요.
Oh, big brother Kui, congratulations on passing the first round.
도련님도 합격하셨다죠?
I hear that you have passed as well, young master. Congratulations are in order, it seems. How is it that you, young master who has not shown an inkling of ambition towards the seat of the hierarch, suddenly emerged as one of the candidates positively stealing the show? Well, you know, sometimes people gotta sweep up the random surges of ambition. Wasn't that surge of ambition your company's and not your young master Bayou's? Well, if our last meeting didn't confirm it, it sure seems like they know us well. Have we not impressed upon you enough that we were to nicely remain within the borders instead? He sparks such disorder at the fringes of his perimeter. I had thought that his only role in this design would be to be played as a pawn by Jia Xun, no more. My lord, perhaps you have overestimated this young master? Are you still on the belief that inaction is a path without consequences?
I didn't even get to say hello to you earlier, brother Kui. Bayou of the Jia family extends his greetings to you. I realize that this is the first time we're meeting face to face since I reached adulthood. Speaking of which, did you manage to stitch big brother Yaku and Mr. King Tao's heads back onto their bodies?
Heathcliff was the first to let out a flabbergasted gasp before the other sinners followed suit. I guess that's just how siblings of Hyun greet each other, huh? Seems like Miss Bao Chai was just a particularly nice exception. You ask a question that deserves no answer. You have arrived here unprepared, yet ready to cast yourself into the flame, all for the mere reason that your turn had come. If your mind hasn't changed, then it would have been wise to remain unseen and unnoticed as you were.
Yes, thank you for your concern.
This facade of wisdom, pensive worn upon your speech, is truly interactable.
Do I do that?
Noticing Jacques' hand tighten around his weapon, Ishmael quickly jumped in. Oh, in case you forgot, there's a simple rule preventing candidates who pass the first round from killing each other. Hopefully I'm not the only one who remembered that. If you're going to continue to bully us, don't be surprised if there are consequences. Otis, you finished the preparations, right? The reinforcements are standing by at the cave.
우리한테 지원군이 있어.
What reinforcement?
그래서 섣불리
Which is why I'm warning you that taking any rash action prior to the start of the second round could result in a pointless skirmish for both of us.
성세로구나.
A loud boast from an illusionary army is in an empty fortress, though I believe that sheer might is hardly the quality one should flaunt.
여기서 너희와 겨룰
I am not intent on fighting you here. Jai Bayu, you will beget great suffering by endeavoring to embrace beyond your capabilities. Your abilities, sorry. Yet if he still wishes it to challenge and be broken, then perhaps that outcome is simply meant to be. Interesting. With that, they turned around and left us. It seems that they were here only to give us a warning.
조마조마했어요.
What a relief. I thought we'd have to fight Jacques and his Yoshipak.
눈치챈 것 같긴 하지만 합은 좋아.
They did see right through us in the end, but hey, nice teamwork, guys. What unbelievable impudence. Did you notice how they did not even glance at the rest of us through the entire exchange? Jia Baochai peeked out from behind the pillar before walking up to Honglu. You passed the first round. I'm so happy for you, Bayu. Seriously, what's going on here? I didn't even imagine in my wildest dreams that you'd be participating in the family hierarchy war.
나도 2차 심사에서 합격을 축하해.
Jacques. Congrats to you, big sister Bao Chai, for passing the first round.
나한테 숨겼을 정도면 모두에게
Gathering from the fact that you hid it from even me, you really didn't want anyone to know, right?
아마 나 때문에 다들
Yeah, I imagine that must have kicked up quite the ruckus with everyone. Now I'm starting to feel kind of bad about this. Somehow we ended up lying to everyone.
뭐 어때요? 뻔뻔해지자고요.
Hey, don't beat yourself up over it. Own it instead.
이렇게 된 거
Well, if it's all the same to you then, I want to say that I'm so happy that you decided to take part. I was worried that you might have already left Danyuan so far, far away from me again by the time I was finished with the family hierarchy war. That would have been too bad. I'm so glad that we'll get to spend more time together, even as contestants. Don't forget to say hello and give me a wave if we ever run into each other, okay? Jia Bai Chai left us to rejoin her faction, waving swiftly as she did so. Okay, I need to have a chat with some people after this. Holy fuck, that was pig. That was fucking Pim. That was Pim in so many ways. I'm fucking pogging. You've returned, young master.
좋은 밤이야. 스핀.
Yep. Oh.
Yep, good evening, Jiren.
Jaren bowed wordlessly in the same detached coldness we sensed earlier. She did not seem at all excited about her master's success today, nor did she appear concerned about him. Well, there's a road for you, young Master Bayu.
너무도 확연하게
You didn't even try to hide the fact that the other was tampered with, did you?
바라는 것까지
My responsibility was to deliver the letter.
그런 형태로
To protect its integrity was not one of my obligations. Are you sure she's your maidservant?
괜찮아요.
It's okay.
틀린 말은
She's not
아니고요.
wrong.
수빈 일로 와봐.
Jirin, can I ask you something? Zhao Ling promised to play rock tossing game with me, but I can't find him anywhere. That's well, let's see. How many numbers have you learned so far, young master? Jirin, I learned up to 10. Then he'll be back after 100 nights sleep. So sleep 10 nights, 10 times, then that's 100 nights. Oh, that's so cool, Jirin. You're so smart. No, it's nothing. Something we all learned growing up. Jirin, I slept 10 nights. But I still don't know where Zhao Ling's gone. Did I say that young Master Yiling was to return? You said he'll come back after 100 nights. Oh, 100 nights is hardly enough, young Master. Take at least 1,000 nights, given what they did to him. I see. You're smart as always, Yuren. Young Master, it has been years, but young Master Zhao Ling's body is still decaying. He has lost control over half of his body. even after he was fed to the blouses I'd sent him. I was told to relay that your blouses were useless, young master. The decay reached his brain, and I have heard that other servants gossip that it is impossible to recover from such a wound. But he is functionally dead. Death would be preferable, in fact. To give up on your naive hope and forget about him. You're always so smart, G-Ran. I will now read the letter, Executive Manager. Alright. Oh, right, yeah. As I stood there pondering, Otis walked up up to the front with the letter in hand. This is from the manager, Saud. Hello, everyone. How did you manage to pass the first round? I wrote this letter before I heard the news. Actually, you wouldn't even be reading this letter if you hadn't passed. The heck? But let's save the celebration for later. The real game starts in round 2. The other candidates must have been making alliances, strategies, sharing information about the next round. Meanwhile, you guys stumbled around, aimless and alone, before returning to your lodgings, and here you are now, reading my letter.
She's watching us from somewhere?
But not to worry, for your team specifically, round 2 doesn't require much strategizing, because it will be messy and continuous battle after battle. So battle on, as you always do.
Huh?
It's what you do best, right? Hold on. I would like to go on to more detail in this letter, but I'm sure this letter will be, and has been most likely, intercepted by someone from other candidates' clans or coalitions. So in order for you to obtain our objective, you have to rely on what you have learned and gained so far. Your intuition and fearlessness. Yeah. Like I said earlier, we have but one on purpose.
Context clues suggest that the one purpose is implied to become in second place and obtain the golden bow.
Well, that wraps everything up. Oh, one last thing. Shameless curs who have rested their eyes upon the contents of this letter without authorization shall be struck down with a curse of misfortune that lasts generations upon generations. Nary shall they ever be successful in any endeavor regardless of nature. The bottom part of this letter has been torn off, huh? What a way to end the letter. So does anyone know... Oh.
So does anyone know what to expect of round 2? That letter really didn't help with anything at all.
It'd be better to learn the exact rules on site and hear from the organizers themselves. It is likely that they are forces who already have their eyes on... there are likely... forces their eyes and ears on us. Executive Manager, there is someone by the door.
Thank you, huh? I don't think that's what it is.
Damn it, grab your weapons, preferably but... Oh, hey! Despite a rush, the person by the door was none other than Jaishun. She wore an expression that I had grown quite familiar with by now an interesting combination of annoyance and disappointment. Why do I ever expect anything better from you anymore? So you're just opening your front door to anyone without even checking who knocked, just like that? I thought you were done talking with... Yeah, we could be pretty headless from time to time.
But I don't think anyone who's intending to kill us would have the decency to stand and hesitate in front of my door, wondering if she should knock or not.
Earlier in round 1, you had yourself killed in front of Jaime and Big Sister Yuchun, didn't you? And revived yourself in front of them too, I presume?
Right?
Why even go that far, huh? What's gotten into you, brother? Family hierarchy? Really? Why now? Why all of a sudden? I can't tell just from that look on your face. But you couldn't care less about becoming something like the family hierarch. Is that really it? That they told you to do it? Just shouldn't imagine. It's for your sake of it. What if our actual goal isn't to come first place? Do you seriously expect me to believe that? Right, totally. Heck, I wouldn't buy it either. Anyways, I'm not here to ally or parley with you. I'm never, ever doing anything like that with you again, big brother. Also, again, brother. I mean, anytime soon, you know. And your room's always been so dark because you barely let so much as a ray of moonlight in. Seems like she's warning us that we'll be visited by some uninvited guests soon.
상황에서
Yeah, no way they're letting you, a sudden unforeseeable variable, spend the night in peace. But didn't they warn us earlier that rounds of candidates are prohibited from hunting each other? I see, the only thing that matters is the exact wording of the law, not the spirit of it. Right. They won't intervene as long as as a candidates try not to kill a fellow candidate literally with their own hands. So don't trust anyone, even your maidservant.
직접 여기로 와줘서 고마워.
Thanks for coming here in person, Shishun.
내일은 정말로 저
Tomorrow we'll be enemies. We'll really be enemies. I know it's too late to change anything, but tomorrow... Yeshun stumbled over her words, trailed off, and then turned around and left us as though she swallowed what she wanted to say. When she expressed a wish to visit you herself, I made 3 attempts to talk her out of it. It was highly impertinent of someone of my station to advise against her 3 times, yes, but I implore you all to know that her choice to come here was not an easy one. I know this question can sound a bit nosy, but are things okay over there? We will face the trial to the best of our abilities.
부디 마주칠 일이 없길 진심으로 바라겠습니다.
Is not enough? Hang on. Let me have a look.
When it's off, it goes a little bit quieter than normal.
That's a bit hard to fix since I don't know how to buff it up without having to lower my my modular voice. That one's a bit tough. I wish with all my heart that our paths will not cross tomorrow.
And I share this sentiment. I wish not to ever bring harm to them, nor they to us in turn. Well, when anything's ever gone as we wished, eh?
But he was just sounded just as uneasy. It's worse. You mean when I turn it off, is it like quieter, I guess? Oh wow, holy. That must be the last one. What's the time? 4? Fuck, I've got to go to sleep. Oh, I've got to hop off. This is probably the last one though, so I might be able to get it done. Yeah, a lot quieter. It doesn't look like it on my bars though. It doesn't look like it's a lot quiet. Yeah, it just doesn't look that quiet to me on my thing, so I don't know how quiet it is. Oh, moon, once it waxes, it wanes. Oh, water, once it fills, it overflows. But all lights must go out, the night is still.
It's time.
Sharpen your senses. Hey, what are some known infiltration routes in this building that our enemies could use?
Anyway, really, as long as the assassin's willing to put their mind into it. There was this one time when one of them suddenly appeared from under my bed. That's just terrifying. Kinda terrifying.
Ryoshu, who was leisurely puffing her cigarette as the sinners were looking around in full alert, suddenly pointed up. Someone just landed above us.
Ah, so if they're hiding in the ceiling, there must be more waiting for us just outside the door.
Only spoke casually as though he was expecting to have them join us for tea or something. Impressive, you're pretty sharp. The sinners all whipped around and swung their weapons towards the voice, but... Hello, the assassin dodged back with ease and began chugging from the gourd in his hand.
Wait, smells like... Is Sod drinking on the job?
Give me a break, I'm an old guy on a night shift. I say I deserve a drink. Our target, young Master Jai Bayou. Let's kill him quick and call it a night. With that, the enemies began flying into the room. Kyosho?
동료들이여,
Fugitive pad Podao.
가로막는 저 시련을
Interesting.
해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
Padao.
차 부숴줄 테다.
Padao.
얼얼하지?
창의적인 발상이군. 가급적 전투 중에 떠올리지 않았으면 좋겠는데.
2 more fights left, I think. Ooh, okay.
의심, 암귀, 불안과 공포 그런 것들이 들끓을 때가 가장 취약하죠. 알아듣겠습니까? 지금이 적기라는 것입니다.
직접 알게 한다.
여태껏 아무 쓸모가 없었어. 바보.
Ugh. God, it's hot.
그 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 적합한 조치였습니다.
It's probably stuffy in my room. I shall nibble thee. Ow. Interesting.
기회를 잡았네. 휘청이는 저자를 꺾어 넘긴다면 저들의 사기가 떨어질 것이 뻔하지. 돌격하세.
Still on 2, still waiting on for a 3. Up here.
완전히
승객이 태풍 한 방 먹였어.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞쪽에
Ugh.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
아이는 고통스러운
This guy's got some good rolls. Holy fuck. I mean, to be fair, my team doesn't combo well with each other, so makes sense.
간당 목숨줄만 붙어있군. 곧 끝장날 수 있을 것 같은데 소감자들로 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지요, 단테.
잘근잘근 씹어버리겠네.
I'm at 55. No reason not to go 55 since I've got all the fucking tickets in the world.
선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
깨달음은 괴롭지.
당구에서 샀지.
이 정도까지만 지어줄게요.
저기는 땅에 떨어졌네. 이제 우리를 누가
I thought rather I just like maxed them because I was like, there's no point in not. Like, might as well go all out since I'm just gonna be sticking with this team for all of Canto anyways. Although I might add, if even possible, there might be a possibility of getting Zwei Ishmael, but we'll see. We'll have to see if I can even get close to that.
가까워진다.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
God, this is fucking insane, man. This has been pretty fucking. Oh, is it like? Weird. Why is it lagging? Shouldn't be lagging.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
If you see it lagging, please tell me because to me it doesn't look like it's lagging at all. Because I've also this YouTube stream running in the background, so that might be why I was lagging there for a little bit.
바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또
There we go. You're set.
정출할게요.
맞는 거야.
Nice.
피가 잔뜩 흘러넘치고 있고.
Oh, okay.
투입합니다.
Keep going. So as you said, this should be the last one.
당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있.
I can imagine who I'm going to see at the end of this.
직접 알겠습니다.
쟤네 좀 봐. 속이 메스꺼워.
간식인가?
She's at 3. Okay.
직접 알게 한다.
Okay, good to know.
원더풀한 선택이었어, 나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
Thank you for telling me at least.
무지하니까
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않아. 적합한 조치였습니다.
That is a good question. Why can Dante revive even when the head is... when the brain is gone? That's technically illegal.
정출할게요.
Thank you, Sinclair, for clearing up. Oh, fuck. I thought I'd do the 7 first just so it wasn't small. God damn it.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
차 부숴줄 테다.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Because the Arbiters would be after his head already if it was anything but that. And that's technically not rules violation because, well, hey, if you could just rewind time, then it's not, you're not reviving them from death, technically. So they're like, fucking clauses. You son of a bitch.
부숴줄 테다.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Nice. Oh fuck.
우와, 칼음도 깜짝.
적출할게요.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 한솔대라면 얼마나 좋습니까?
God. If the next battle has story, I can at least do the story, no meso. His tank IDs are not
다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요?
good compared to the characters I could have
우와,
on this team.
칼음도 깜짝.
Like compared to some other people on this team, his is not good at all, realistically.
자, 부숴줄 테다. 깨달음이 괴롭지.
Because all of his tank IDs are like, all like from season 1 and 2-ish. So it's like, they're kind of trash now. Especially compared to some of these other ones. What was that before you say BL is not a tank? I say Sinclair is a tank because he's got way more aggro than BL does.
제가 봐도 훌륭했네요.
So,
잠깐 자유 시간 좀 갖고 돌아가면.
yep. So this should be the one. Hello, glug. Ooh, wow, still working on it. Seems that we are contrarily underestimated by our foes. You are made the same mistake. You didn't seriously think that we would be defeated by such pathetic force, did you? Ow, pipe down, you're giving me an early hangover. And don't you compare us to that little troublemaker of the Shi family, will you? Be careful, Otis. His combat capabilities are leagues beyond those of his companions. So that's why he's so sure of himself, I see. I don't know your name and allegiance. Really? You think I'll just let you tell you all that if you ask nicely? Working in this line of business? I have no name nor allegiance to give you, friend. Though I have no name to give, I have a title that others took to the liberty of giving me. You tend to pick up one or two of those after surviving for so long. He who emerges with the liquor bottle, only to fade into the night shadow. The world has deigned to call me the night drifter of the drunken palm.
늦으면 내피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
Alright, you and your fucking mechanics. Yeah, he's got this thing. Ooh, 3 stacks heal 3%. Gain 3 attack power, 2 fragile. If the target has 5 bleed, base power 1, gain 1 swig. Well, no, he just guarantees for every 5 shield gain 5 shield for every swig on self, max 25, gain swig equal to the number of enemies targeting in this unit. 50% recover stagger and end this turn, fix it. Turn in if in panic resets with 0. If this unit's panic type does not change when inflicted with an effect that changes panic types, instead this unit is inflicted with an effect that is inflicted against targets with SP. Prioritizes Hung Lu. When hit during combat phase 20% damage per turn during the combat phase on clash lives, take 15 damage, yeah. It's 2% for every 1% missing HP on self. Oh fuck, okay. At 70% HP at turn end, if this unit failed to hit on Lu with a skill, gain 3 defense down. At less than 70% and at turn end, if this unit failed to hit on Lu with a skill, gain 6 defensive level up. Okay. So below 70% I need to attack him. is obviously the problem. I might have to do this fight tomorrow, seeing as it is already getting close to my bed time. Alright, let's try this. Ow. Ow. Monk! Well, no, like, I've got to go to bed in like a couple, like, 10 or 20 minutes. I don't know if I'll be able to kill him in time. We'll see. And read everything. If not, I can just like do an addendum and attach it onto the end. And then do something else on Friday. After... He has 3 attack power. Oh boy. Alright. Where's Honglo? Let's offset that clash. That one in the back needs to be dealt with. Okay. Ah, shit. That sucks. Please hit your coins. Otherwise we have problems.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요.
No buff on Hong Lu, by the way, I've noticed.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
Favored. Oh, he is fast as fuck. Okay. Because everyone else is too slow to contest that too. Hmm. Okay, let's kill this guy at least. Because if I can get rid of these fuckers that are sitting around him, it might make it a bit more easier. We'll have to see. Oh, I should have healed. It looks like I needed a heal there. Hmm. So I want to target him less because he gains bonuses by being targeted the most. Hmm. That's a bit annoyingly difficult.
같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
Let's just slow on that one too.
잘근잘근 씹어버리겠네.
Oh, he is... Honglu is probably dead here then. Hmm. I need to get rid of... Yeah, so I need to get rid of these guys here. Unless, wait, am I not meant to win this?
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠, 따태. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
Looks like that was meant to happen? Hmm.
직접 알게 하느라.
This is assassinate Honglu after all. That's fair, but like, I guess if you purposely let him die...
괜찮은 공격이네요.
Okay.
그만 해주세요.
Well, to be fair, he only gets buffed by Honglu being on the field, so... If Honglu is gone, he becomes weaker.
잠시 망설인 것뿐일세.
Well, he should, but we'll see. Theoretically, that's what I think is meant to be happening here.
당신을 걷는 것을 두려워하지 마시게. 신발은
Damn, that is hard. Okay. Yeah, his power is getting a bit too out there now, I think. Fuck it. Hey, nice.
균형을 잃은 게 아니야. 세게 후려치려고 육둥거린 거지.
Ow, ow. Yisang is probably the worst character out of all the ones I have, at least for this fight. Ow.
수감자를 고기 조각으로 만들어 봐야 당신만
He's slowly but surely eliminating my team, which is a problem.
너무 익숙해진 것 아닙니까?
직접 알게
Yeah, I might have to reset this and try it again. So the body, I need to get rid of the assailants rather than him first. And I need to let him attack Honglu, I guess. A little bit annoying. We'll have to see how this works out. Ow.
죽음을 피할 지식은 이제 더
기운이 넘치는군. 역시 본인이 직접 선별한 용기를 북돋는 영웅당 탑 5가 도움이 되었는가?
차 부숴줄 테다.
We'll see.
누가 눈물을 끌어모아 대신 물어드릴 수 있다면.
Thank you, Bubble Shield, for protecting me. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, ow, ow.
뭡니까? 이 바보 같은 전투는. 떠나죠. 또 책에서 이상한 이야기를 읽고 따라하시다가 이렇게 된 거 아닙니까? 제가 진짜 어버이 때문에 체면이 못 살겠습니다.
차 부숴줄 테다.
Ah, rip. Rip. Ah, shh. She had a small chance of winning that clash there, which is sad.
저 새끼.
승객이 조용해졌어. 조금 있다. 찌깍찌깍 해줘야 돼.
직접 알게 함이라. 선배 말처럼
Yeah, I think next time I need to go for his little minions. I'm noticing.
남는다.
Why do you look so far left?
너무 먹어만 됐나? 약간 몸도 둔한 것 같고.
It looks like I need to reset the recalibrate it.
하긴 해야겠어.
There you go. Yeah, I'll have to try that another time. I can finish it up tomorrow since I have a bit more time tomorrow. So OP for some reason, I just now looking at the fight. Yeah, it seems very obvious you want to deal with the minions because he gains buffs by attacking Honglu anyways, or like dealing with Honglu. So what you can do is ignore him as long as possible, and then deal with the others around him. But if that's basically, I got through most of what would be, I would consider spoilers. The ending bits are probably like more story to lead on to what's gonna happen next. Maybe, I'm not exactly sure, but I can see it tomorrow. Either way, it is time to finish up for the night. Thank you for watching. Who is anyone playing Limbus Company? Let's have a look. Oh, he's playing that. Okay, he's catching up. There is quite a lot of people doing current Canto. Oh. She up to? Oh, she is. Okay. Yeah, I might just end it then. Okay. Sorry, I was just looking. Alright. See ya. No.